So I have made everyone. So everyone can start the recording. Okay, so I have enabled everyone to record, and please record on the local system. Okay, so if you wish, Arslan, you can share your screen. Okay, if you are not attending from mobile.
Give me a minute, just a minute.
Sure, sure. Sanjay sir, did you try activating your account?
Sorry, please come again.
Did you try it? I sent a link for you as well. Okay.
No, not yet. I'll try it.
Okay,
Today.
just try. Okay,
I'll try.
just open that link. Okay, not that link. It should be from my ID on Microsoft at the on Microsoft.com. Okay. If you're finding a difficulty, okay. Uh, let's not look at. Okay, let's not look at. Okay, sure. Your ID will be Arslan. Okay. Deleting and recreating it, so you should get it soon. Okay.
This is the screen. I mean, the link.
Give me a moment. I just deleted and I'm creating it because I find you are looking it once again. Okay. So now you should have a link in your mailbox. Okay. Just open your mail. You should have a new link. Okay. Just refresh it. Yeah. So just click on it and accept invitation below. Even link is there. So here you will come to the app. Can you just close this and go to the accept invitation email, right? If you go back, yeah. Okay, just enter your credential, whatever your password is there for this account. Ramesh, I believe you already activated. Prashant, you activated, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Because today onwards will be all maximum labs. Okay, so you should be able to create all the resources. So seems your password is not correct, so just okay, accept it. Yeah. Okay, so here will come the Microsoft app page, the dashboard. Okay. Now open another tab. In this, otherwise in this tab, type portal.azure.com. azure.com. Okay, just enter your email ID. So is remembered. Okay. Just click on the right hand side where you say your email ID and the Bhudev Sharma. Just click on that. Yes, switch directory. Okay, so in sometimes you will get an access. So you are into the Azure portal. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you are there into the account. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else is having a problem? So good with this login, right?
Bhudev, help me also, please.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Okay.
Arslan, you need to stop the sharing. And Arslan, just quickly check in the meantime that person Shaikh is signing.
Okay, sure. I'll just check.
So Prashant, share your screen. Okay, so just see if you have a email handy.
And I have clicked that link.
Okay, then provide 4-digit code which you have activated with your mobile phone.
That what message is not coming.
MFA not coming.
No.
Okay, so because that day we created a user, okay, based on the requirement enabling the MFA. Today when I created an account for Arslan, I have not enabled an MFA. Okay, so your account will be with the MFA. Okay, so just cancel it. Okay, and let me take your email ID. Okay, Prashant with you, right?
Anji.
Okay, so what I will do, I will delete Prashant your. I'm not enabling MFA, so means it will not ask the MFA.
No, I forgot password. So that's when I clicked forgot password, then I got that message.
Correct. So now look at forget that. Okay. So you should be having a user shown. Okay. So if you look at, if you refresh your email ID.
I got it, Bhudev. Yeah.
Okay. So just open that email ID.
I clicked there.
This is something other invitation. Just
Can you see my screen?
yeah, I can see invitation redemption field, right? It should not show. Okay, just go to email, no problem. Okay, close the other browsers if it is there. Just click on the accept invitation. Yeah, there in the screen, right? So this one, okay. Today's one, okay. This one.
No.
Your browser is keeping the information. That's it. No problem. Say Control Shift and take this link and paste it there. Or no. Okay, take your account Prashant with you, not Prashant with you. Anything should be fine. I believe there's both same, right? So same email ID is there, right? For both.
Yeah.
Okay, use anyone then.
Which password this should work?
Your email ID password, right? Your password.
Okay, okay.
And once it's logged in, register, always you should be using the same account for the Azure work. Okay. No,
Password is wrong.
no, password is correct. Your password, otherwise it will not log in, right? You registered earlier MFA.
No.
No problem. Just close this. Can you just reopen the browser or clear the cache? Yeah, from email, there are multiple other tabs is also there. So if any previous account details are cached, it will keep cached. Okay. Apart from there is no other thing. See here in this, you was already signed in. Okay, so just go back to the email ID.
Yeah.
Right click on accept invitation, copy link, accept invitation, right click,
Here.
accept in no, below one, accept invitation is there, right?
Oh,
So it is again, right click and copy link. This is selected one, yeah.
that is what I'm doing.
Two things. One is that link, you can use it. Okay. Use the account which you are using, because I could see there are two accounts with it
So
actually.
both Prashant with you only is coming in both.
Use the second one and provide the password. It is saying no, remove dot. Yeah,
Oh,
dot. Okay, so no, earlier this was not a problem. So Prashant with you at the rate of gmail.com, it's not finding. Just say next. It's not finding this email, right? Then I
not,
believe you have to go with that one. That is school or IT.
it's not working.
Yes, it's not working, right? Use this only, right? And if you have any other email, then you can share me that I will create account using
But
that.
here also it is dot.
It should not be, right? So it never comes with the dot, right?
Wait. Then I selected dot here.
No, this dot. Okay, so wait. So there is a in bottom. Wait. There is in a bottom accept invitation. Right click that unselect it. Yes, on this right click, copy link. Okay, copy link. Okay, go ahead. So
1 minute.
this is coming. Yeah.
Here now, last time I selected dot. Now I have not. Let me copy this.
Okay. Say
Yeah.
accept. Okay. Now go to the portal.azure.com and log in.
Yeah, this.
On the same account which you used previously,
Okay.
right? So same account should be there. Okay, so you are into the Azure portal, right?
Okay, Bhudev. Okay.
Okay, now once I will give you the more access, you will be able to work on it. Any
Okay.
question from anyone?
Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. So hope we all are on the same page. So you can
Yes.
stop sharing. Okay, let me start it. And that person is not joining, Arslan. That
He's
like
actually waiting for his key. So yeah, he'll join in 5-10 minutes.
okay. Let's so. I believe you can start the recording. Whoever is Ramesh, you can start the recording. Okay, and let me share my screen. Let's begin with. Okay, is there any other question, or are we good to move with?
Yes, we can start.
Okay, so in the last section, we did discuss up to the policy, right? Ram? So please go through the videos. If there is any question, please let me know. I would be happy to answer any question. Okay. Now coming to the role-based access control. Okay. The role-based access control comes when we talk about a access should be granted on a granular level, means the minimum level of access to perform the specific role, right? The access should be granted. If I give you a truly example for this, if I'm a DBA, the DBA role is sufficient even if the sysadmin is not provided to me, right? Wrong. Only using sysadmin, I can do or perform certain elevated level of actions. That's we call it a role-based access control. I'm a system admin. I have been given access to my virtual machine. That becomes my role-based access control. If I am a DBA, I have been given access for the RDS. That's a role-based access control, right? I'm a user admin. Okay, user admin. I have been given a permission for user access administrator, right? Then it becomes the role-based access control. If I do all users I add and I granted them all as an owner, means everyone can do everything into the account or in the environment. That's not the role-based access control, because the person who is working as a DBA, he can go ahead and create a user, or the person who is working as user administrator, even he is having a permission to stop start any VM or stop start or delete any database. That's not the right approach. When such kind of an access is being granted, that's become a risk for an organization, risk for a company, risk for an account, risk for a business. And risks always is having a concern. Means if I have been given an elevated privilege, I don't know, I have been, and wrongly I go ahead and delete an RDS or a database. Now you all can understand what could be the business impact and consequences if I do go ahead and delete typically as in a production database, right? Wrong. So that's becomes a risk, always providing an elevated level of access. Even apart from this, doing a, even I'm having a one, okay, I'm having a one employee who is not satisfied, okay, with organization, with the team functioning, or his it could be in any direction, okay, and his frustration is there with the organization. What he can do at any point of time, he can damage the organization, right? Wrong. Means if he really delete one database, one VM, or any, if he remove all the users, what is going to happen, right? Wrong. His frustration will come in a different angle. But if he do not have an access and his frustration or his will action is on any direction, he will not be able to damage the organization or a system as he wished to. And we should control all those things, and this comes in a security as well. So always we should provide an access based on the role. Okay, that becomes a role based access control.
So
or access management. Yeah.
you mean to say that this is similar to like a Linux administrator can log in as root user and Oracle DBA can log in as Oracle user in similar
Yes.
thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Because if some permissions are changing at OS level, right? OS level, when I say, I'm not talking for an Oracle user now. Definitely you and me cannot do as an Oracle DBA, right? Wrong. Only root can do it. So that becomes a my role-based access control, and being a system admin, Linux admin, I'm responsible for that, right? Wrong. You as an Oracle DBA cannot switch or sudo to root, and you cannot change the privileges. Got my point?
Yes, yes.
There should be a control, and might be not only on that particular server only the database Oracle is running, might be some other application is also running, who knows, right? Wrong. We should not have a control on other applications, but as in a root, because he is honor as an honor for the system as a technical person, so he can do, he can change the permission for everything, right? Wrong, on that system once he's in a root. So the access should be provided based on the role. That is what we are going to discuss it. Now, role-based access control provides fine-grained access management of resources in Azure. Now, this we are talking, whatever we discussed, it was in a holistic, okay? That applies for everyone. Now, this role-based access control, we are only discussing from the perspective of an Azure. Means, again, I will quote the same example. If I'm in cloud, if I'm taking a responsibility for each and everything, okay, the end-to-end environment, then I should have an access for the VM, I should have an access for the network, I should have an access for the storage, I should have an access for the user management, I should have an access for the database. But think in a big organization where there are different teams and do take care of the respective resources or the technologies or skills or the capabilities. Okay, means my Linux admin will be taking only the VM which are Linux based. My Windows system admin will be taking care for only the VMs which are Windows based. My network admin or the firewall admin will be taking care for the network and firewall in Azure, and vice versa for the user admin or application admin or a DB admin, right? That will be managed using a role based. When I do segregate the privileges based on the rules required for a specific team or specific individuals. Now, built on Azure Resource Manager, this is what we do call as an ARM, Azure Resource Manager. This role-based access control is based on the Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager, before this same was called as an Azure Classic. Now, all the provisioning, all the features are based on the Azure Resource Manager. Okay, means if we do create, we do assign, there is a controlling for each access. Okay, segregate duties within your team. If I'm having a team, okay, my team do manage end-to-end environment, but even in my team, the same level access will not be provided to the every individual. Now, considering we have an L1, we have a L2, L3, L4, okay. Now, certain things we will not provide. I know this is my typical system, okay. I will only provide the L1 to just monitor the system. I know, let's say this is my development environment. In this, I will provide my L1 the access even to start up, shut down the VMs, okay, log into the VMs. If something needed, even the update or means patch the VM, right? Wrong. But I can segregate based on my business need, business requirement, or top of that organization policy, how we want to control the things, right? Wrong. Grant only the amount of access to users that they need to perform their jobs, as we discussed. The concept is security principle. object that represents something that is requesting access to resources. Means when I created your user, it becomes your user principal, right? Wrong. And when you request something, means you are asking something, okay, in the form of access, means that object that represents something that is requesting access to resources becomes the security principal as a user. Okay, if I'm logging using my mobile device becomes a security principal for that. Okay, role definition, collection of permissions that list the operations that can be performed, means all the permissions, one or more groups together, okay, and attached to a role, right, attached to a role, and that role we can assign to individuals, we can assign to groups, and the collection of different permissions becomes now my role definition. If I do say create role A, okay, identified by anything, if I grant select on scott.emp to role A, I grant select star on scott.emp to role A. These are two different permissions, two different definitions, right? But as an overall for role, this becomes both permissions becomes a role definition, right? Because role is having a both permission. Scope, boundary for label to access that is requested, means where and what label of access has been requested and vice versa has been granted. Okay, assignment, attaching a role definition to a security principle to a particular scope. Users can grant access described in a role. Okay, role definition we have seen it by creating an assignment. Deny assignments are currently read only and are sent by Azure Blueprints and Azure managed apps. We have seen so far, guys, if you are not speaking, request to go on mute. Whenever you wish to speak, just come out. Okay, so I'm muting Arslan. Okay, any question, please come out of mute and ask questions. Okay. Now, deny assignments are currently read-only and are set by Azure Blueprints and Azure Managed Apps. This means we already discussed Azure policies. We have not discussed Azure Blueprints. Blueprints is nothing but a set of policies which we apply on our subscription, on our management group, on our resource group, or on the resources. We discussed how we do apply policies on particular resources in the last session. Now, role definition, collection of permission that list the operation that can be performed, like we discussed. Now, if you look at, there are 3 permission then separated by 3 dots, means this is in a continuation of all the policies. Means if I'm an owner, means I'm having access for everything. Owner means everything. Contributor means I'm having access for everything except access management. When I do say access management means I cannot create any user, I cannot delete any user, I cannot grant any access to any user, I cannot revoke any access from any user. Means it becomes the simple as an access admin or access administration. Only the difference between owner and a contributor is this. Second, on what label this access or the role has been given, right? The third one, reader role. Reader role means the reader role can read any resources within the scope the access has been granted. If I do mention this example, you look at now, let's say this is my top level, or as we discussed is a management group. Okay, and this is my subscription. Okay, let's say this is my resource group. Okay, and let's say this is my resources. Right now, if I give, now as I did mention in the last session, this becomes my management group. Okay, management group. If I assign any privilege, on management group level, that permission is applied on management group level, on subscription, on resource group level, and particularly on resource level. Okay, this applies for owner, contributor, reader, backup admin, virtual machine admin, everything. Right now, if I assign the contributor role only to the resource group, then that particular contributor role is assigned to resource group, and all the resources which do exist within this resource group. This contributor access will not go to subscription level and to the management group level, means the access comes from the top down approach. Okay, it never goes bottom up approach, and this applies everywhere. If we look at on organizational structures, okay, org structures, if I assign any permission, okay, here that can go all three places, ABC, right? And you might have encountered this kind of a multiple example. But if I do assign any permission on this level, that permission will not be given to B and C, right? Wrong. Is that clear? Scope, we discussed the same in the last session, and again some. So how the scope and permission we can grant it. Guys, any question? Now, if there is no question, now this role which we can define, now there are two kinds of a role. One is a built-in role, means which by default Azure provides. And second is the role which we create based on our custom requirement. I want to create one role. Where my DBA and my sysadmin, right, are doing same operations, okay, same functions. So what I will do in a custom, I can do both way. I can assign, let's say this is an admin group, right? I can assign this admin group like a RDS contributor. I can assign a virtual machine contributor. In another way, I can create a group and I can attach my custom policy, which consists both virtual machine contributor and RDS contributor. And if I include, if you look at from this policy perspective, okay, I can include, even though this is a contributor, even if I want to assign, okay, assignables scope, I can remove this. So it depends on me. If I say select all on scott.emp, right, wrong, or grant any like a system, okay, system level of access, I can manage based on my requirement. I do say actions, not in actions. I say actions means if you look at everything, star means everything. Okay, what I cannot do truly as part of contributor, not in actions, authorization, delete. I cannot do it. Authorization, write. I cannot do it. Authorization, elevated access actions, I cannot do it. Right? This is in not actions. But in my custom role, if I remove write or if I remove delete, means even I'm a contributor, it is in a custom role, but if I do receive a ticket to delete a user, I can delete a user. That becomes a custom. But if we take a default contributor role, I cannot delete the user. So I can use roles based on my requirement as well. Why should, if the ticket is there in my queue, why should I wait that my person who is an access administrator will come tomorrow morning and he will only delete the user? No, any person, if this permission has been revoked as part of this contributor role in custom role, I can go ahead, or any person who is the part of this contributor access without delete, he can delete the user. Is that clear, guys? Any question?
So Bhudev, we can do this through GUI or through this coding we have to define
You
roles?
can do GUI automatically. The policy will get applicable once you assign the privileges, permissions. If you want to write, you can write this, okay? But the policy generator is readily available. You need not to do anything. Automatically it will grant. But if you want to modify, means make it a custom, then you have to delete this. Let's say I need to delete this. I cannot delete this from my default built-in policy.
So GUI are some limited things, but to custom we have to go get into the code.
This is custom, right? So I can see at any point of time I can copy this code, right? Wrong.
Yes.
I can say policy custom ABC. I can write this code there and I will remove the delete. Got my point? My custom policy is ready for me. Make sense?
Yes, Bhudev. Yes.
Yeah. So these are there. And but if you want to write, you cannot modify in the built-in policies like a default policy. You cannot modify the default DBA role. Can we? Hello.
Yeah, correct. We can.
Correct. But you can create on the DBA group with the custom permissions, right? Wrong. No. Role assignment. Process of binding a role definition, which we discussed, to a user, to a group, or a service principal at a scope for the purpose of granting an access. Right now this security principal could be my user, this could be my group, this could be my service principal, and I can assign a role. Okay, how I can assign? This is my role, what we discussed based on the built-in and the custom roles. This is my role definition. What I want to define means assign that permission. And what is my group? Is the marketing group and the pharma sales group. It is a group or user, does not make any difference. And the scope where we want to assign that permission, that's very important. We are assigning a permission to management group, we are assigning a permission to subscription, we are assigning a permission to resource group. And this is a virtual machine, this is an DB, this is an application. We can assign, these are the different resources. The label we assign the permission, it will be applied top down approach, and you can use this role. Azure rollback roles versus Azure AD roles. Please try to understand this. Okay, Azure and the Azure AD offer two types of roles: Azure RBACl roles and Azure AD roles. Okay, and hope by now you are convergent with the Azure AD, right? Where we did create this user, right? All these users we created is in a Azure Active Directory. If I go ahead, look at Azure Active Directory, this is my Azure Active Directory tenant, which we discussed. For consuming resource in this tenant, we have one subscription associated with the tenant. In last to last session, we worked on the tenant, create tenant, delete tenant, switch tenant, right? Same thing. Now manage access to Azure resources. Please remember it. Okay, this is Azure RBAC, role-based access control. This manage access to Azure resources. Okay, where is this manage access to Azure AD object? Okay, now what could be the AD object? AD object is users. AD object is a group, right? Wrong. What could be my Azure resources? Azure resources could be my VM. Azure resources could be my database. Azure resources could be my firewall. This is an Azure resource, and this is an Azure AD object. Scope can be specified at multiple levels. Scope can be specified at multiple levels, like a management group, subscription, resource group, and resources. Scope is at a tenant level. Scope is at tenant level. If you look at, I created your user, okay, and even I do create one more user, which is a test user as a member user. I'm not inviting you this, right? I say ABC. Do you think it is asking me, okay, anywhere that give us an scope, give us an scope? Anywhere it will not ask you where you want to, because these resources, these users identities are getting created in Azure AD. Azure AD, all users. Now this user is an Azure AD user. This user is not an Azure user. This is a guest user, right? And I invited all you using a guest user. Okay, I can create your user in my directory as well, but it will not be like this gmail.com. Then this ID will go like this user principal. This is called a user principal. Okay, like a Akki at the rate of Bhudev DBA gmail.on Microsoft.com. And if you look at this here, this is completely Bhudev DBA at the rate of gmail.com. So any user will be getting created in this account, okay, in this directory tenant. You can call anything. Okay, role information can be accessed in the Azure portal. Okay, role information, Azure CLI, command line interface, Azure PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager template, and the REST API. Okay, any role-based access control. In Azure AD roles, role information can be accessed in Azure portal, Microsoft 365 admin portal. This is again a popular product of Microsoft. Microsoft Graph, Azure Active Directory, PowerShell for graphs. We can access this role information. Classic administrator roles should be avoided if using Azure Resource Manager. As I did mention earlier, all the resources was there in a classic format. Now it has taken a format of ARM, like a Azure Resource Manager. Okay, so we should be using Azure Resource Manager going forward, until unless there are very typical requirement, and ideally there should not be, I'm not aware of any feature which are not available using Azure Resource Manager. Okay. Now, rollback authentication means in Azure AD admin roles, global admin, application developer, billing admin. In Azure Active Directory tenant, this is an Azure Active Directory tenant. If I come back to my Azure AD and if I look at roles and administrations, if you look at, you will not find here owner. You will not find here contributor, but you will find here global admin. You will find here application admin. You will find here billing admin. You will find here user access administrator. Means just a user administrator. Okay, user administrator. Okay, this means this. If I will give you contributor role in subscription, and if I will give you only the user administrator role from Azure Active Directory, means you can manage all aspects of users and groups, including resetting a password. Got my point? Means I can provide any access from here on tenant level, on Azure Active Directory level. Please ensure. I want to say there is going to be one person who will only do my billing part. I can provide him a billing administrator. Okay. And these roles are different than the RBAC roles. RBAC roles are different. This role are different. This is an Active Directory roles. RBAC roles are being assigned on different levels. It could be on a management group, as we discussed. It could be on a subscription level. It could be resource group, and the resources we will look at. Okay. Where is this role? Specifically, if I define application administrator to anyone, that will be in Azure Active Directory level. Is that clear, guys? Any question? Any question from, are we good? Any doubt, any question? This is same what we discussed here. If you look at here, now we have a Azure AD roles, Azure Active Directory tenants. This is in the root level. Azure RBAC roles I can assign to root management group level. In management, we can have one or more than management group. We can assign on a subscription level. We can assign on a resource group level. We can assign on a resource level. If you look at here, this owner, contributor, reader, user access administrator, okay, we can assign this global admin, application admin. This is not available at this level if you look at, because this is an Azure Active Directory level. Is that clear, guys? Now what user can do, this is means owner has full access to all the resources and can delegate access to others. Means as an owner, I can assign any user permission as an user administrator, and that user can further grant an permission. Sorry, rules. I can grant any user this access, user administrator, and further this user can grant access to any other user. Means I can cascade. I can offload my workload, right, wrong, to next level. Not the service administrators and co-administrator are assigned the owner role at the subscription scope. This applies to all resource types. Contributor creates and manages all types of Azure resources. Please remember, all types of Azure resources, but cannot grant access to others. Okay, this including himself. If the user wishes that I should be owner, I can elevate myself to owner. He cannot do so. Is that clear? And this applies to all resource type. Reader, view Azure resources. This applies to all resource types. Means complete reader. This is an owner, this is a reader. Owner can read and write, reader only can read. User access administrator manage user access to Azure resources. This applies to managing access rather than managing resources. Okay. Now demonstration: Azure rollback access control. Locate the access control blade, review role permissions, add a role assignment, explode PowerShell commands. Right now, if you look at manage subscription and Azure RBACl, okay. Coming to this part, right? Coming to this part, simple part. So if you do remember, we look at something called a management group, right? Did anyone remember this?
Yes.
We discussed this, right? Management group. Now I can assign permission on any level, management group level, right? This is what this screen looks like. This same screen is what this screen looks like, right? I can define a permission at this level. I can define a permission at this level. Even I will go in top-down approach as well. Okay. Now let me create this entire thing. Okay. When I say the create this entire thing, okay, I'm going to the subscription, right? I'm going to the subscription. When I say I'm going to this subscription, now can you tell me now I'm going to the role-based access control or I'm going with the Azure Active Directory roles? Anyone?
Azure Active Directory.
Sorry, it's an see, Azure Active Directory roles can only be provided in Azure tenant level in Azure Active Directory. Always remember. Got my point? From here, when I go here, this becomes my typical role-based access control. Okay.
Okay.
This becomes my typical role. So both are different, right? Both are different. Let me take a duplicate tab in the meeting. If I say access control, right? Wrong. If I say access control, now I simply say view my access. So what it will say me? I'm having a owner on this resource. If we say this resource, what do you mean by this resource? This resource means this means this is my subscription, right? Guys, are we following? Any disconnect, please let me know.
Yeah, when we need to use Active Directory role or when RBACl role or
Okay, good. When we need to grant access to resources, we should use RBACl role. Got my point?
an Active Directory?
When we use any admin purpose role, we should provide Active Directory role, number one. Okay. Make sense? No.
Sir, do we need to grant both permissions? I mean to say both roles.
In certain cases, I'm coming to that. You need to. My answer is yes, but not in all the cases. Okay. How? I will go ahead now. You know, I'm going into the resource group, right? Resource. So far, we have not created any resource group related to this, right? We created one AZ104, right? Now I want to create one more resource group, okay, or two more resource groups. Now, what could be the resource group you think? I say this is my Oracle DBA group, right? Make sense? create. This is my sysadmin group, right? This is my any team group. I created 3 resource groups. Okay. I go back to my RBAC. I say I need to do role assignment. Got my point? I need to do role assignment. To whom I want to do a role assignment? Means what role I want to give. Got my point? I want to give this role. Okay. Virtual machine contributor. Can you tell me to whom should I provide this access?
The resource related to resource, right?
Okay. To whom should I provide? Is coming. I believe I need to refresh just. Okay. So I need to provide this access to my group. Okay. This is my static group. Let me just refresh and come back to show
We
you
have
the.
created 2 groups, right?
Yes,
DBA
that.
group and sysadmin group.
Yes. Now you are coming right. So just refresh it. Okay. I say add role assignment. Right now. Now this role assignment, I want to do my virtual machine contributor. Okay. This is similar like I'm having my system admin privilege, right? Wrong. To whom should I define this? To whom should I define? I can define to users. I can define to groups. I can define to user manage identity. I can define to app services. Means this is an eligible candidate to whom I can define this permission. Make sense?
So these are the built-in resource group, or what is this? Maintenance internal.
No, this is not. See, this is group. 2 things. Try to understand. Resource group is a different. Okay. So wait, just a minute. Let me take this. 2 things as we discussed. Okay. See, when we talk about a resource group, as I mentioned, resource group is nothing but is a container of resources. Make sense? Container of resources. And when I say group, this group is nothing but is a combination of one or more users, members. Got my point? Guys, getting me, not getting?
Yes, yes. One is a resource, group of the resource, other is a group of members.
Group of members. So remember here, this is a visual. When I'm creating this resources group, this resources group is going where? In my subscription, right? Let me create one more. Okay. I'm creating a test resource group. See where it is. What is a container for it? Can you? This is my billing unit, right? My subscription. So this resource group is going to reside in subscription, right? Guys.
Yes, yes.
Now look at different. Okay. Now I will go to my Azure Active Directory. Okay. Now you remember we created a user, we created a group as well, right? Wrong. You remember this group, right? Now I will create one group, okay, which is going to be a security group as I explained earlier. Now this is my system admin group. Got my point? This is my system admin group. What member assigned? I can assign the members to this group, which is a system admin, and let's say I assign this user and I assign one more user to this group. Okay, no, this user. Now, so typically who will be the member of sysadmin now? This, please remember, this group I am creating in Azure Active Directory, right? Where I created this, look at here, Azure Active Directory, right? Wrong. Azure sysadmin, this sysadmin I'm creating in where? Active Directory. So this is in a group. Please remember, this is in a group, and this group, if I click on it, it will have multiple group. If I click on this system group will have two members. If I look at members, there is a Arslan and there is a BPS 2 user, right? Wrong. If I go back to my subscription, right? Now look at, okay, now look at what I need to do. I need to grant permission as a virtual machine contributor. Okay, please look at, I'm granting only virtual machine contributor. I'm not granting contributor. I'm granting virtual machine contributor, which is far below access than the contributor. This is so specific to the VM only, right? Wrong. Where I want to assign this? I want to assign this system admin group. This system admin group is from Active Directory. Now, this user, who are the members of this Active Directory, whenever they log in, they can go ahead and play with the virtual machine contributor role. Okay, virtual machine contributor role. Now, if I want to look at the role which we have, now I will go to my users. Okay, in users, I will look at this user. Okay, and I will look at the assigned roles. Come on. Okay. Okay. If you look at this assigned role, this role is not directly assigned to user. How you got in a role? You got in a role through group, right? Guys.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Through group we get a role. Okay.
You
Two
got in a
member-
role. Later on, I will assign a direct role to this user. That role will be available here. Okay. So we need to just differentiate the things, my point. Now I will go to my Visual Access Studio. I will say my overview, okay, and go to the access and look at view my access. Okay, this is my access. Now, if we want to see the role assignments, okay, now all the role assignment will come here, right? Role assignment will come here. If you look at, we assigned a sysadmin, right? System admin. Sysadmin is having a what access? look at virtual machine contributor. Virtual machine contributor, where is having, this is having a this resource. Can someone tell me this resource means what? This resource means what?
Virtual machine.
No, this resource means subscription level, right? Getting me, not getting? See, we are in subscription, right? Always look at what is my scope is. My current scope is subscription level. Okay. Now, you remember we created resource groups. Now I will go to the Oracle DBA group. Okay. Now I say access control. I say role assignment. What it is showing here, can you say anywhere in this resource? Are you finding anything?
Yeah, inherited.
All inherited. But if I say add role assignment, what role I want to give? Okay. I want to say clear DB contributor. Okay. Or SQL DB contributor. Got my point? What I'm doing? I'm saying SQL DB contributor. Right? Users group. What users group I want to assign a permission? Okay. What I want to assign a permission? I need to search it here. Now for the DBA, if I want to give this Azure admin group, okay, this group is for Active Directory, right? Because now if I go here, what will happen now? Will have inherited or will have this resource? Guys, guys,
Yes, Budev.
are we following? Are we okay? Getting difference? See, making a difference is very important. If any confusion, please let me know. Okay. So if you look at, we discussed this multiple times. This is an again rule definition or a permission. Coming to this, we create and assign a tags via the Azure portal. This tags we have not created. Just will do now. I created multiple things, right? I created this sysadmin, right? Wrong. If I go to this tags, have I created a tag? No. I say tag, what this tag is means. Tag, you know, all is an a metadata, right? No, I will say sysadmin is name, right? Where this resource group is going to use department or capability or team. Let's say I say the team, I say Linux, right? Because this is my system admin. I will say department or DEPT. What I will say? IT. Okay. I will say HR. I will say FINA. Means whatever or means FINAP. I will add my tags and we will be looking this. And this tag is nothing but is in a metadata. If I want to filter what all the resource group I do have in finance department or what all groups are there for the Linux teams, I can filter it. Simple SQL like queries, I can filter it. So if you look at, I have given a tag here, right? Wrong. Enforce tagging via an Azure policy. Now Same by creating an Azure policy, we can enforce the tag for anything. Means I can create a policy, okay, definition. I can take from existing if I can reuse it. If not, I can create a policy definition. Based on my this policy definition, okay, I can enforce this. And if I say here for anything, let's say name equals BPS, okay, simple like this value. I will say if anything is department not equal to IT, means it will not create any resource if the IT department is not updated it. Means we can even enforce using a Azure policy at the top level. It's a subscription level. Apply tagging via an Azure policy. This is enforcing, and this is an Azure policy. We can do in any format. Okay, as long as you are not applying any restriction, simple, go ahead for any resource and create a tag. If I look at what I don't have a virtual machine, will create. We can apply the tag, and we will be applying the tag soon. Okay. Now, again, architecture diagram. Name is a role, value is an infile. This becomes a key value pair as we discussed. Now, using a cloud shell storage resource group, we can do it. I can say Azure policy using a inherited. We can create in any way. Okay. We will start with virtual machine. This is example for the storage account, but we will be creating soon. Okay. Now, this tags can help in analyze cost and create budget with the Azure cost management. I wanted to show you one thing. Okay. If you remember in the last session, right, we did create invoice, right? Wrong. Budget alert. Guys, did anyone remember?
Yes, yes.
And we created two types of alert, right? Wrong. So if you remember at the scheduled time on next day, that is at 24th Monday morning, I got two alerts. One is this, another is this. If you both alerts we received, and these are two different. Okay, these are two different. If you look at, read this, the way we created an alert, we received an alert. Okay, based on our requirement. Okay, so we can create an spending limit as well. Okay, control and organize Azure resources with Azure Resource Manager. Always try to use Azure Resource Manager for all Azure resources instead of the classic resource. Apply and monitor infrastructure standards with Azure policy. Very important. If, as I did mention, if I want that someone should not create any resource in development environment apart from B2S or greater than B2S, I can put a restriction. I can put a restriction in my development environment apart from India South. No other region can be used. I can do so. Got my point? Create custom roles for Azure resources with role-based access control. Manage access to Azure subscription by using Azure role-based access control, and secure Azure resources with role-based access control. Okay. Now, this we will be, now this we probably understood at least the role-based access control, AD access. Okay, what role is, what user is, what group is, what resource group is, what subscription is, what management group is. This is what all terminology, my expectation by now you should be good with it. If not, at least applying permission, what a permission should apply, which permission should apply. Once you navigate through all this, you will become familiar with it, because it's again not an hour or 2 hour job. Once you go and you will look at, okay, I need to provide certain access. You name any access name. Okay, then what should I provide? He is my monitor team. Okay, he's only doing a monitoring. For monitoring, I should be providing only the reader access. That's it, right? Either reader access. Now in monitoring also, he does only monitoring of some specific part. You can specify granular on the specific part, right? So if I provide contributor, this becomes contributor level access for all the resources created within this subscription. But if I provide virtual machine contributor or any contributor, that access is applied only for the virtual machines, not for the any other resources. These all are resources. Permission we are providing on the resources, and what providing permissions we are providing, that becomes a resource based access control or the RBAC. If you look at, if I go back to my Active Directory, they are not asking me any resource. Okay, resource, please. If I say role and administrator, right, this is not asking me anything. If I go here, create a custom role, I can create a custom role. I say Bhudev. Got my point? Description, I will say my test. Okay, now permissions. Now you can go from here. What permission I want to provide it? If you look at, as I mentioned, I want only create as an owner. Okay, policy update. Next, if you look at, this is an GUI. It's the same thing we can do using a command line. Now this two permission I want to be created as part of my this custom role, and this role is ready for me. This role is ready for me. There is not a delay. Now if I want to copy or do any modification in existing one, I cannot do that, but this I can do that. Okay, this I can do that. If you look at, this is my custom policy. Is that clear, guys? Doubt?
And so where is the Azure Resource Manager?
Okay, so if you talk about Azure Resource Manager, what should I say in this case? Means all the resources are getting created. See, we have this environment. Let me put in this way, right? This dashboard is ready, right? This
Okay.
now apart, this is ready for me, right? Wrong. This is coming from somewhere, right? Wrong. It's not simple, right? Wrong. This is an Azure Resource Manager ARM template based provisioning. Once I go into the Visual Studio, when I am getting this is all are ARM based. Okay. In some of the services, you may find a classic. I will make you aware with that. Means if I go here, this is an ARM based. Got my breath? This is an ARM based. If for some particular resource that feature is ARM based is not available, it will be there in classic. Okay, or preview, means that resource is getting migrated to the ARM. Otherwise, all these resources are ARM based. Got my point? But if you are looking this ways, ARM or Azure Resource Manager means that is working in background. This is not the same. Okay, this is a mover. This is a different resource service. Okay, so this all things are coming once we go and do on an installer, right? In for installer in Oracle, right? this installer to invoke the Java script, right? And it comes with the output of an Oracle installation screen. Is that correct? Underneath, who is doing that? Underneath, Java executables are processing something and giving you an Oracle installation screen, right? Wrong. Same here is work done by the ARM. Is that clear? Any doubt?
So
Guys,
everything is part of the ARM, the portal.
except you will find few things, as I did mention, right? Wrong. Because you will find, I have an experience, some of maybe which is not there so far in ARM or getting migrated to the ARM will be on preview basis. I will keep you posted with that. Okay, so if I say PPR review, if I preview features, okay, look at here. This all services are in preview. If you look at not registered so far, right? So
Okay.
if you want to use this, this is not for public. User can use based on the wish, but once it comes into the full-fledged, this will get removed from here. Let's see the service. Now on-demand VM guest patching preview. Got my point? This is means you can say the development phase, the testing phase, okay? Anything you can do it, but it's not an as of an ARM based. Okay, once is testing validation all done, then it will become completely the ARM based, and this resource will not be available here. Is that clear? This all are there. And as we go along on resource by resource, we will notice some services are there in a preview. Make sense? Any question from anyone? Guys, am I audible, not audible, clear,
Yes,
not
yes.
clear? Please keep asking the question, okay? Ramesh, you are not asking any question, okay? Okay. Now we come to your part, resource manager, right? Azure Resource Manager. So we are starting with the third module. Azure Resource Manager, Azure Portal and Cloud Shell, Azure PowerShell and CLI, ARM templates. We will look at Module 3 labs. Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager, related terminologies, resource group deployment, resource manager locks, moving resources, removing resources and resource groups, resource limits, demonstration of resource groups. Okay, though we have seen it, now we will look at, right? Wrong. We created couple of resource group, right? Guys,
Yes, yes.
we created couple of resource groups. Now this, okay. Now I want to create one more. Let me delete it. Okay, so let me just delete it. Okay, so once you say delete resource group, right? Wrong. Now resource group, I have not explained anything in resource group except just creating a resource group. So in this resource group, if you look at, this is my scope. Okay, activity log, what all activity are going to take place within this. Okay, access control, I want to provide an access, add assignment, add role assignment on this resource group. To whom I want to provide an, I want to provide owner permission to one user, this user. So this user will have now owner permission only to the resource group. Guys, got it? Not.
Yeah, hello. We have created resource group, so but we could not assign any resource on this resource group, right?
Yes, we have not assigned. Very
Okay,
perfect.
it's blank.
This is in a blank. Now, first I will explain this resource group properties. Then we'll go ahead with the resource creation, right? Now, what role I assign? Owner role, right? Wrong. View my access. This will come access because I logged in, right? I logged in. Now, this role, once you will see, is having an owner permission for one user, which is Akki, once he logs in, right? Tags, you all know, tag is nothing but is in a metadata, but is in a very important feature, okay? Or you can say the service which we should be using, okay? My test in Azure. So I created one tag. Now, all the events which are occurring in this particular resource group will be listed here, okay? All the events. You need to create an event subscription. What event subscription? BPS. Event grid schema, we can go to cloud schema, cloud input schema, event grid schema. System topic name, what I need, the testing, test RG. Filter event type, we can write this to event grid, okay? Event grid. Now employment endpoint type, what endpoint I want? I want to using Azure functions, webhook, storage queue. I say go with the event hub and use system assigned identity and say create it. Okay, select an endpoint. Do we have any in this resource? We don't have any endpoint as of now. Okay, the moment we will create a virtual machine or the network in resource group, we will have the endpoint. Okay, coming back to the resource group, test resource group, event hub, deployment. In this resource, what I want to deploy, okay, all the deployments in this resource group, the security of this resource group, policies applied on this resource group. Again, if you remember, we came into the same place. Okay, if I apply any policy at this label, that policy will be strictly applied to this resource group only, not to any other resource group. Okay, properties of my test resource group. What is my name, in which location, my resource ID, subscription name. This is resource ID is needed and very important once you create the resources using a Azure CLI or a PowerShell. Now logs, there are two types of logs in entire Azure. Okay, there are two types of log. Now I say add log, okay, delete, okay, I say delete log.
What is log?
I'm coming, okay, means to delete log, right? Just look at this, then I will show you practical. One log I created, delete log. Another log I created, read only, okay, and I say read only, and I say read only. Only there are two types of logs, okay. Now each log means this is my test group, another resource group, right guys? This is my team group, another resource group, right guys? Are we following?
Yes, yes.
This is my, I created lock and test group, okay, and this is my team group. What I said, delete resource group, it will ask me the resource group name and I will delete this, okay. This resource group now get deleted, okay. Deleting resource group means submission, my request is submitted Now it is doing the deployment. Deployment means deleting this particular resource. Okay, soon this resource will be deleted, means the test group will get deleted. Got my point? Now if I come to the test group, locks means I put lock on this resource group, means if I put only the read only, means to whoever the access has been provided on this resource group, okay, he can only read the things. He cannot modify or update anything in this resource group. Got my point? If I say delete, delete means if someone is having a read permission, he cannot delete this resource. Even owner cannot delete this resource. Got my point? Now I go to overview and I say delete this resource group. What resource group is? Test. I said delete this. Okay, and I submitted my request. The moment I submitted my request, it is saying delete resource group failed, means the resource group test is locked. Got my point? Locked and cannot be deleted. Click here to manage logs for resource group. Once I apply delete lock on any resource, and this is a common property of all the resources, okay, I cannot delete that particular resource. This particular resource means if I'm in a VM, I cannot delete it. I said delete this. I have deleted because I could delete it only if I'm having a proper access. I cannot delete it if I'm not having a proper access to delete it. Now, if I say go back and delete this, now I'm having only read a permission. Okay, the test group, delete resource group cannot be deleted. Click here to manage the locks because locks is there again. So unless I'm not getting freed of this lock, I will not be able to delete any resource. Sorry, delete resource. Now I have taken off both the resource locks, read only and delete. I will be able to delete this resource group. Is that clear, guys? Any question, doubt with the locks? And always remember there are only two types of lock. With read only, we can read only, cannot modify anything. With delete, we cannot delete anything. Got my point? Cost analysis for this particular, yeah.
Advantage of lock is if user so reduce the user mistake.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sure. I'm having a full access is given to my particular team on this resource, right? Resource group, and this is having a 10 critical databases. Got my point? And they can only manage the RDS instances within this resource group, right? Wrong. But I'm cautious, they should not delete this resource group or resources within this resource group. I put in a lock. Being an owner, and the access is granted based on role-based access control only. Let's say the SQL contributor, he will not be able to modify this or take off this lock. Got my point? Because this is part of an access, right? He will not be able to modify. He will not be able to perform any human error by deleting the resource. Got my point?
One point, sir. Here, two options are there, right? Read only and delete.
Correct.
You said like a delete option. If you select, the users cannot delete any resources.
See, two things. Okay, user cannot delete this resource group. Okay,
Only test. Okay.
any
What
resource
about-
which is coming inside this resource group, right, as a resource, if you take off the lock from the specific resource, because again granular level, role based access control, right? Wrong. If I grant access on 10 and revoke from 1, certainly on the one resource you will not have an access, right? Wrong. Delete means you cannot delete, you can modify anything, okay, within this resource group. Read only means you can only do the read only operations, you cannot even delete it. With delete you can only not delete, you can update, you can modify. Got my point? Only you cannot delete it. Make sense? No.
Right, but the point what I'm asking here, read only option, right? So
Yes.
does it mean like users will get only read only options, or if we
Yes.
grant this one, they cannot?
No. So in
Okay.
this resource, a user might be having an owner access in anywhere. Got my point? But in
Okay.
this resource, he will get only read only access. That's it.
Okay, read only access. Okay.
Read only access. Because see, if I go back to the same, right? If we are having a different labels, right? And I'm saying here read only, right? Here only read only. This is my resource group, right? Whatever permission has given, he cannot modify anything in this resource group until unless this lock is being removed. Does that make sense? Answers your question.
Okay.
Now cost analysis. Whenever you go with the specific properties, this is earlier we seen at the subscription level. Means in this subscription, all the resources in this particular resource group, only resources in this resource group, and this all fields, this all values as we discussed in subscription. Okay, alerts, metrics, diagnostics, because this all remains as it is. Does that make sense? Resource group. Any question? If we go here, this is same cost analysis, cost alerts, budget, advisors, same thing like we have it here. Okay, the same thing. Only what changes? Scope changes. Scope means for scope for these resources are only resource group. Where is the scope of all these billing? If I say the billing, okay, this is for the entire subscription. Is that clear, guys? So scope, we should be very, very clear always.
We have only two scope. One is the subscription level, other is resource group level.
Resource group level. If I will come to the third, once we will create one resource, okay. Provide a consistent management of management layer, enable you to work with the resources in your solution as an group. Resource manager. Resource manager deploy, update or delete in a single coordinated operation. Single coordinated operation. I will show you how. Provide security, auditing and tagging features. Choose the tools and API that work best for you. Okay. Now look at as an example. Okay. This is I'm having a virtual machine, right? Wrong. I'm saying virtual machine. Okay. I'm just creating as of now this resource. Okay. In virtual machine, I will explain it. Okay. Now I'm going with Azure 104, right? Wrong. Now I'm saying BPS VM1. Okay. Rest I'm keeping as per my requirement. Okay. This thing I will explain you every bit. Now instead of 4 CPU, I'm going with 2 CPU and 8 GB of memory is good for me, right? Can you tell me, just imagine, and I believe I did mention previously as well, do you feel from where what things are coming, are we really bothered? Or do we have any visibility from where, which pool this resource is coming from, where this image is being mapped to my this particular template? This is in a template, right? This is in a template. from where it is a mapped. If I say need to open a port RDP3389, okay, for me for to access this machine, how it is being mapped, who will be creating this security group. If I say the license, automatically the moment I say and confirm it, automatically this particular feature, the template, or rather I say the ARM, rather I say the ARM will be applied. Next I say disk, it is currently in a premium SSD. No, I want a standard SSD or a standard HDD. I can select accordingly. Right? Wrong means this all are there based on the template. Resource manager, the moment I say standard HDD, resource manager behind the screen goes ahead and pick the right resource which you choose. It cannot happen I select the premium SSD and resource manager is giving me the standard SSD or vice versa. This all work are done by resource manager. Okay, what manager does? Managing the resource manager does managing all the resources. Now networking, I say where I should create this resource. Now go into this VNet, okay, and this VNet, this public IP, everything. Next, management, okay. Advanced, no, I don't want shutdown automatic. Advanced, okay. Next, tags, review and create. If you look at, okay, now my validation part, I look at this downloaded template for automation. Okay, now if you look at this, you take this template, everything is being given here. If you copy paste this particular script and execute it, you will create the VM, or you change the certain parameters here, and like a VM name, reason name, anything which you wish. And this is typically if I want to write an automation script, okay, being a developer, I need not to create, I will just take this script and modify parameters based on my requirement, and I will go ahead and I will create the automation script, and even I can say deploy it. Is that clear, guys? Any question? If I do say create, if I do say a create, now my this resource is request is submitted. Okay, my submitting deployment, now it will go ahead map all the required resources to this VM and create all the necessary resources which are required. The example I will give you as of now, network interface card. We have not chosen any network interface card, but to connect to VM, it's a must to have a network interface card. So this resource manager is doing the things for you. So resource manager provides a consistent management layer. Okay, enables you to work with the resources in your solution as in a group. I provisioned this machine, right? Don't you think this becomes is a group of resources, right? All things are happening, and finally if it is a succeeded, it will say the deployment is successful. If it is not, it will say failed for certain reason. Okay, and there are instances deployment get failed also. Okay, deploy, update, or delete a single coordinated operation means I coordinated multiple things in this particular operation and it did work for me. Right? Wrong. Why I do say the single operation? Because if you look at, I'm having a private IP, I'm having a public IP, right? In networking, I'm having a network interface card. In I'm having a firewall. If you look at, RDP is allowed automatically because I selected it. I'm having a disk. Okay, now even if I want additional disk, I could have added during the deployment itself. Even I can attach a new disk based on my requirement. If I say test disk, okay, I say which category I need, okay, I can say accordingly, and this is needed 32 gig. Let's say, can I take a 10 gig? SSD is not allowed for 10 gig. I should have a 32. If I say premium SSD, can I take a 2 gig? No, I should have 4 to further 32. So I will select 4 GB. Now, if you look at this becomes a single operation. So hope it's clear what is a multiple operations, or what is a single operation, or what is a multiple operations in a single operation, right? Wrong. Provide security auditing and tagging feature. Choose the tools that API that work best for you. Tools. For me, I'm comfortable working in GUI. If not, I can go ahead and I can create VM using PowerShell command line as well. Now, if I want to, this is a local, I can create a storage and look at in few minutes only the PowerShell, the command line. Okay, this we call as in a cloud shell. Okay, this is in a cloud shell. Now it comes in a two flavors, as I discussed earlier, PowerShell and the bash shell. Okay, PowerShell and the bash shell. Okay, we will get an option here. Okay, so if you look at, I can select a PowerShell, or if I want to execute using a bash shell, I can change to the bash shell. Okay, so API I can select based on my choice, right? Wrong. All, if you look at, I can do a deployment using a Azure portal, I can do a using a Azure PowerShell, I can do a Azure CLI or REST client like a SDK. Okay, I can, this all the request, if you look at, do go into the Azure Resource Manager, right? If you might have noticed, when I created this particular VM, it mentioned that validation completed successfully. Did anyone notice that? Validation succeeded, completed, right?
Yes. Yes.
That is this authentication, validation by Azure Resource Manager. Once Azure Resource Manager finds things or the parameters are there as per standards and the requirement, it will go ahead and provision the resources. A resource is simply a single service instance in a Azure. So if I do say here, let me open disks, right? I have two disks right now. One disk is an OS disk, right? This is a standard HDD. This is OS disk. This I attached as a data disk, right? Now, this is attached to VM. Okay, if you can see, the owner is BPS VM1, right? Even if I can create a resource from here as well, right? Where I need the resource, I need a resource in EZ104. I say disk 2, and in which region I need, I will explain this in VM specifically in detail. Okay, and the size I need. If you look at, I say review and a create. Okay, now running final validation. What says validation passed? So this is a validation passed. Okay, now I can create this resource. Okay, this is in a single resource. Okay, and further I can attach this resource, this disk, to wherever it is needed. I'm not creating it. Okay, A Azure Resource Manager template is an JSON file that allows you to declaratively describe a set of resources. I did downloaded it. Okay. Now, if I go to my downloaded script, ideally it should come here, right? So it says it's a downloaded, right? So it should come here or somewhere else. No, here comes. Why it is not showing here? It did say downloaded.
It can be sometimes in documents.
Okay, because I'm using this browser, isliye for that reason. Okay, if I do say close it and I open it, let's see if I find not finding, right? Or if not, it should go into the C drive users. Sharma B1 is something like no. Okay, no problem. Once I will come to this resource. Okay, let me create one more disk. Okay,
No, download folder was there. Could not find.
where
Yes, same.
this,
Dharma,
right?
yeah, this one.
So this is the same directory, right? Where I was searching, right? That's what I'm trying. I downloaded that script, right? So JSON script is not okay. Let me see where it is going. No problem. Okay, it's very easy to find out, right? So I'm creating a resource. I say disk 2, right? And I don't want really this size. I find only 4 GB again. Okay. Next encryption, next networking, next advanced, next tags, review, download a template for automation, right? I believe last time we have not did this step, right? We just explained here. Got it?
Yes, yes.
Right? We have not we just explained. So download is available here, right? So unzip to here, right? So now I have another template, right? If you look at, I'm having a template. I'm having all the parameters, right? Now, if you go with this particular template, okay, now disk name, right? You go ahead and if you deploy this template, okay, and you have a parameter file, anyway, you need a parameters, right? If I do say here, instead of 10 gig, right? Previous, and this disk, I say 3, means your script is ready. Got my point? And you can execute this script and you can create the any resource using AWS CLI, PowerShell, whatever you wish. Okay.
So
So this, yeah.
when we create this virtual machine and we keep on adding resources, keep on changing the size and whatever the parameters
Yes.
of resources. So this script means when I want to create a duplicate of that virtual machine, so every time fresh script we have to download and means it will get updated with the
Not really. Okay, not really. Okay. So this script, particular script is only for disks. Okay, only for disk. If this script is specific for the VM, only for the VM, right? If you want to create a replica, got my point? Replica. duplicate you did mention, right? Wrong.
Yes, yes.
Using this, you should be creating a new machine. Got my point? New machine, not the replica. Replica means you are trying to create a machine from the existing machine, right? Wrong. Existing system,
Yeah.
VM, right? There are methods I will show you. Okay, not this. This will only used for to create a new machine. Got my point? See how it will fetch the data from the existing machine. For that, we should have a different template, different parameter. We can do so, but using a different template, different parameters. Got my point? We need to use source. If you remember, not as an image what we used, rather than the existing machine. Got my point? When we created current machine, what we used image of 2016, right? From the Azure marketplace. But when we try to create a replica of this VM, what image we will be using? Source will be this, right? Then only the replica will get created here. Make sense, guys?
So source, the whole code you have downloaded somewhere.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me put one more way, right? So let's say you have a one database. Got my point? This database, right? Wrong. Two things, try to understand if we are on the same page. This database you created using a ABC script. Okay. This script will be used to create what? As a new database, right? Wrong. ABC or name you can change it, right? But if you want to create a replica of existing database, how we will create it? Will that same script work?
ABC won't work.
ABC want to work, right? Wrong.
Yes.
So you can create as many number of as VMs or databases using this script, but you cannot create a replica of this database here, right? Using same script.
No, I was thinking that, and every time you are changing the resource, ABC script is getting updated. This is what I was thinking.
No.
Okay.
Only the required piece from the resource manager. I will show you that. Okay, because every time it will ask you for the validation. Got my point? Simple example is, let me answer right now. Okay, so though this will come in another VM topic, let's say you are having this machine, right? Wrong. What is the capacity of this machine? 2 CPU, 8 GB of memory.
Yes.
Right? Really, it's a month end for me, and this is not sufficient. And you go by using any method, okay? By automated, by auto scaling, that all we will discuss. I say resize. So can you tell me what we are trying to resize now? I select this. Will it resize any disk? No. Let me say resize. It will only resize because what I am resizing, I'm only resizing the computer capacity, right? CPU and memory. Getting me?
Okay.
So there is no point that it will still execute the disk, the 4 GB disk which we have created, but it will it will modify the existing whatever the template we have used it for this particular machine, because that is with this machine to increase the disk count which we can add to this system. Because the previous system we can only add 4 data disks, now we can add the 8 data disks. So the template for this kind of a VM will get updated. This will get updated, then only you will have 4 CPU and the 16 GB of memory. Got my? So in another way, for this template, this ARM template where it needs the compute resources, the existing template is being updated. If I go to the access, if I do a refresh, look at what we have now, right? So only this templates got updated. Make
So this
sense?
means there are default templates already available.
All are available. That's how the resource
Okay.
manager comes. All are available. See, this template only used, Prashant, when you are doing some development work, you are doing your own automation. But from where we are doing, we are using a Azure Resource Manager, and all the templates are available by default. You need not to do anything. That's why the cloud becomes easy, right? Because if, let's say, if you need to modify this particular and create one more disk, let's say 4 disk, right? Wrong. Let's say 100 GB, you need more time, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Last question is, this is, you are just telling us for our knowledge sake, but normally this editing scripts is not done practically. You don't do practically. You use
As an admin, until unless specific requirement, I will tell you just now. Okay, until unless specific requirement, we don't do it. Okay, because if I can do the same work within a minute, why I will go and waste my half an hour, right? Wrong. And there is a chances that human error, right?
human
Manual
error
error
can occur. Yes.
can
Correct.
occur here, right?
Yes.
I need a disk of 100 GB and I make it 1000 GB. What is going to happen, right? It will cost much, right? Wrong. And I was supposed to change a disk name, but I forgot. It will fail, right? But I'm not saying this is not useful. For automation purpose, this is useful. Because if you'll ask me, underneath, when I'm changing disk, got my point, this size, the same script is getting executed, but only I'm providing my input parameter from the GUI. Look at disk, right? Wrong. Come here. This is a disk. Got my point? If I want to increase this size, the same script get executed, but I will put the same parameter from the GUI. But if you'll ask me the same thing, if this is a one parameter, got my point? This is one parameter. Okay. If I want to do using a GUI, I cannot do it. I have to enable going from the PowerShell or a Cloud Shell. Got my point? I have to execute from here. So now for this, it becomes a mandatory requirement. We cannot do from the portal. Got my points? Guys, is that clear? Not clear?
Yes. Yes. Good. Yeah.
Okay. And let me open it. Okay. So sometimes even for us, it becomes mandatory to use the PowerShell or Azure CLI, but we do almost 95% work using a portal only. Got my point? Just I will show you quickly this feature. Okay. My OneNote is taking time. So guys, if wish, we can take a 10 minutes of break.
Yeah.
Right. After just
Yes,
I will
sure.
show this, we'll take a 10 minutes of break and then we will assemble back. Just I will take some time. Okay. So look at this, right? Wrong. What this says? What I want to do? I want to
Enable.
enable it. So your resource group becomes very important. What your resource group is? AZ104, right? I will go ahead let me copy from here to here so that nothing should come in it. Okay, what is my name of BPS WBM 1895? Okay, so what is my network interface card name is? So this becomes my interface card, right? NIC card. We are changing feature for NIC card, right? Network acceleration will be enabled at the NIC level. So I will say replace this. Right? What it is telling? Resource group name, right? I believe it is a AZ104, right? AZ104, right? So resource group is a AZ104. Now, if I copy this, okay, copy this and paste this into my cloud cell, it will change the network acceleration. Only if this instance type do support the network acceleration, because all instance type do not support, cannot add network interface this, okay, because this virtual machine does not support it. Got my point? With an accelerated networking to an existing virtual machine, it doesn't support. Then what next? To show this feature, I will go ahead with a D2 as V3, and this particular does it. Getting me? So it's not always that you can enable network acceleration for all the instance types, all the instance sizes. Okay, so there is a restriction of it. Okay, so depending on the instance type, we can change it, and soon it will be available. Okay, so it's coming up. I will show you this will become a 2 GB, 2 CPU, 8 GB, but this is far costly than what I was using for V4MS instance. Okay, if I go to overview and I say refresh it, my instance type is changed. Okay, and if I go back and if I do say up arrow and I say update, my even with an accelerated networking to an existing version, D2 is also not supported. Look at, right? So for temporary, for a few minutes only, I will select even this. Okay, and this is huge cost for this, if you'll ask me, in this category.
Sir, while resizing that, will we be able to access that machine, or we cannot?
Never. Okay, so see, you cannot have the CPU memory upgraded without the downtime. Got my point? It will
Okay.
restart automatically. You cannot, right? Hope it will do this time. Okay. In the meantime, I will go here networking. Okay. And if you look at enabled, okay, so it will be just coming. This GUI update take just bit of time. Okay, but it's a enabled. Okay, it's done. I should have showed you this before as a disabled state. Okay, then the enabled state, but that's not a problem. Okay, because I know what I need to do. So just see enabled, right? You can notice here, right? This particular, right?
Yes. Yes, Gurudev.
So if you look at it's not done here, but it's a disabled here, right? Wrong. Means, if you are doing anything using a AWS CLI, Azure CLI or a command line, the action is quick, but getting updated in the portal, this GUI takes few seconds. That's it. But it's done if you look at very promptly. Okay, and it will be done now. Right? It's done. And more importantly, then I will go ahead and what I will do, I will change my instance type. Okay, because I know it, if I forget, it will cost much. Okay, so guys, we are on 11:16. Okay, and let's take a 10 minutes quick break, 10 minutes or 15 minutes, whatever you wish. Okay, and then we'll come back. Okay, so let's come back in 10 minutes. Will that work?
Yes, Gurudev. Yes.
Okay, let's take a 10 minutes break and we'll come back when then we'll discuss further. Hope you guys are back. Hello.
Yes, Gurudev. Yes.
Okay. Hey, Saik, just I missed that message during that time. I just provide access now so you can start recording. Guys, whenever you are there, just update me for the access, okay, for recording. Okay. So I will provide accordingly. So is this clear what we can do from the portal, what we cannot do? If we cannot do certain things from the portal, we have to use the Azure CLI or a PowerShell, right? Make sense? Any question from anyone? Guys, any question from anyone? Guys, can I have your update if all are back apart from Prashant? And are we good? No response.
We are back.
All back, right? All back.
Yes,
Can
yes,
you
all
just
back.
okay, thank you then. So you can start the recording. Okay, so whoever wish. Ramesh, you have not started recording. Okay, so any question from the previous whatever we discussed? Any doubt, please let me know. Okay. Is up to third point is clear? If all good,
Yes.
let's proceed. Okay. A declarative syntax is what a template uses to state what you intend to create. So that all becomes a template declarative way, right? disk name what you need, location what you need, SKU type what you need, disk size GB what you need. So this all becomes your inputs and the values for the specific declarative type. A resource provider is a service that supplies the resources you can deploy and manage through resource manager. That becomes your resource provider. Okay. Resource group can only exist in one resource group. Resources can exist only in one resource group. We are now discussing resource group. Groups cannot be renamed. One important thing, I believe there could be hardly few services which you can rename it. Okay, rename it from the Azure portal or even the PowerShell, okay, or the CLI, but not from the Azure portal. Even if it is in a VM, if it is a disk, okay. If I want to rename this disk, there is a process for it, but I cannot rename it here. I cannot rename it. I can recreate a disk out of it and recreate a new name, new disk with the new name, and I can rename it. Similarly for this disk, I can create a snapshot, create a new volume or a disk with the new name, and I can attach it back. Okay, only that way. Okay, otherwise renaming of resources is not possible. If I do come to resource group, even changing the name of the resource group is not possible. If you look at, you will not find anywhere. Groups can have resource of many different types and services. Means if I go and if I do consider this is my resource group, this is my resource group is an attached, okay, attached resource group. Okay, then it can have a VM, it can have a disk, okay, it can have an RDS kind of a database, it can have a network, means it can have multiple resources. Got my point? It can have multiple resources, it can have firewall. Means resource group number one, any resource, means this resource, this can be part of one resource group only. This resource group cannot be renamed, right? This resource group cannot be renamed. Multiple resources are there in the same resource group. Coming to broader part of it, resources can be from a different reason to single resource group. Groups can have resources of many different types. Groups can have resources from many different reasons. Deployments are incremental. Okay, so what does it mean both? I did mention in this resource group, let's say if I do create this way once again one resource group, okay, let's say this is my resource group, okay, and this resource group is one, okay. In this resource group, I'm having a two reasons, okay. This could be India South, this could be India North. I can have resources created in this region as well as in this region mapped to same resource group. Means I can create this resource in this resource group, this resource in this resource group. But at any point of time, if I'm having another resource group, this resource group resource cannot be part of two resource groups. Okay, I can have resource from multiple reasons, I can have multiple kind of resources, I can have resource only in the one particular resource group. Resource group cannot be renamed. Now this is an RG2, only the option destroy it and create a new resource group. If there are an existing resources, create a new resource group and move this resource here, move this resource here. Once all the resources are moved to here, then you can delete this. But all the resources cannot be moved. Do remember, all the resources cannot be moved. Certain resources can be moved. Okay. So resource group. So this is a same explanation for it. Now resource manager locks associated the lock with a subscription resource group, subscription resource group or resource means if I apply my lock on, this is a subscription, let's say this is a resource group, and let's say this becomes my one resource. Okay, why I do interconnect this? Because I cannot have resource group without the subscription, and similarly for is I cannot have a VM without a resource group. Got my point? Now can you tell me, if this is in a subscription, if I apply a lock on subscription level, what would be the scope of lock? It will be at the subscription level. If I apply a lock on resource group level, what will be a scope of it? Resource group level. And if I apply a VM on VM level, lock on VM level, the scope is VM level. How? You know this is my VM, right? You know this is my VM. Now, if I go ahead and I apply an lock, if I apply an lock, add lock, and I say delete lock, okay? You know, if I say delete lock, can I delete this VM now?
No, we cannot.
We cannot. So I will say delete it. It will straight away say to me, it is not possible, right? What I will do, so I will go ahead and I will create one more virtual machine in the same resource group, right? Come on. Let me refresh it. Okay, so this is a very basic nature or a behavior of a GUI whenever we do work with the GUI. Okay, now I will create in the same resource group. Look at lock I applied on resource group AZ104, and I will say BPS VM2. Okay, and here I will create the same VM and I will I'm not interested in any other feature as of now. I will say next disk, next networking, create anywhere. I'm really not bothered. What I'm bothered is review and create. ARM template is doing a validation, running a final validation. If there is any ask which is not as per the requirement, it will not create an resource. Okay. I will say create a resource. Okay. And it will provision a VM. Okay. So basically, lock meaning associated the lock with a subscription label, resource group label or resource label. Locks are inherited by child resource. If I apply something on subscription label, that will apply into the resource group label. If I apply something on a VM label, resource label, it will be on the resource label only. Read-only locks prevent any changes to the resource. If I do create any read-only lock, as I did mention, it will be only applied for read-only operations. Delete locks prevent deletion. If I apply any delete locks, it apply for modification, but it will not apply for any deletion. Okay. Soon I should have, yeah.
If we put a lock on a resource group, so we cannot create a new virtual machine.
Yes.
No, you said read only lock.
Yes, you cannot. Yes.
You
My
can.
answer is yes, you
Okay.
cannot, right?
Okay.
I will show you. I will show you just, okay? So if you look at this is a VM2, right? Wrong. Right? So previously logs I applied, if you look at, right? VM label, right? Wrong.
Yes.
This
So
log
put
is
the
on a
log
VM1.
is on the not resource level, resource group level. It is on the VM level only.
Yeah. No.
Yes, resource. Yes, it's on currently on
It
resource
is
level, right?
presently on a virtual.
So we can create new VM, not external.
So I created, right?
Here
If you look at, I created.
Here we can do, but my question was, if we put lock on resource group,
Yes,
then
you
we
cannot.
cannot.
You cannot, right? So if you look at in a current scenario, right? So lock is only resource level, is a granular level. You cannot apply lock below this.
In this situation, we cannot add resources to this VM, which is logged, right?
Yeah. No, we can modify it, but we cannot delete it. Got my point? Just look at in another VM, I say read only lock. Okay. I cannot add any resource here. Okay.
Okay, now I got it. Yeah.
I cannot see this is only for read operations, right? Now, what I want to do, this is a machine. I want to add a disk, right? Let me change the size, right? Wrong. What I need from B2 MS, I want to go for B4 MS, right? What it says?
It will give error. Yes.
That's clear, right?
But
Now,
in other we
in this
can
VM,
in this we
yeah,
can add.
we can add because only we cannot delete. Rest
Restriction is
we
delete.
can do it, right? So now, what is the size? Just let me look at. So 8 GB size. I will go B2 MS now, right? So what it says, only I cannot delete it, right? Wrong. But I can do any update. I can do any modification. Is that clear? Both read and delete, right? Is that clear, Locks? Clear?
Yes.
Now,
Bhudev,
yeah.
every time you are creating one virtual machine, some cost
Yes.
is coming. So
yes, always.
it is charging you or
Yes,
what?
yes. So it is charging on per minute basis. So basically per hour, this Windows is a per hour. So look at this now. I will go into the resource group level, right? Wrong. Okay. I'm into resource group. What I say? Hey, where went a lock? Lock here. Okay. So lock is applied on resource group level, delete and read only. Right?
Yeah.
Delete. I add delete. Delete. Now this applies to all the resources. If you see the scopes comes very quickly is in a resource group level. If I go here, it comes in a resource group level. Above it, I come to the Visual Machine, the Visual Studio subscription level, right? Wrong. If I apply lock here, subscription level here, okay. So if you look at what is a delete lock here as on a subscription level, it is showing me very clearly. I can delete it. Why I can delete from here? Because I'm in the subscription level, ladder up, right? Wrong here. I can delete this, right? I can clear for it, right? Here. So this will come this approach. This will not go this approach. Make sense?
Yes. Okay.
Now,
But now we have created the lock at resource group level, right?
yes,
It was reflected in subscription level.
Yeah, we can delete it from subscription level.
we deleted, yeah. So
it is
we
reflected
deleted
in
from
subscription.
we deleted from subscription level, right? Because it's all contains, right? But
top to bottom approach.
Top to
Yeah.
bottom. Now, if I say again, read only subscription, right? Read only. Okay.
In this, we cannot create anything. No, we cannot
We
create.
should not, right? So because now logs is on this is on a read only, right? Now I go to this particular size. Okay. Because I have over, if you look at here, what it is coming, parent resource logs cannot be edited here. Click on the logs scope to go beyond read only Visual Studio subscription level. Earlier it was not the case, right? Wrong.
Yes.
Similarly, if you go here, now inheritance is coming, right? Wrong.
Yeah.
Now, if I go to the resource group now, if I go into the logs, what it will say again? Is that clear?
Correct. Yeah.
Now, I will go once again to the resource group. Okay. Resource group. I will say, where is my resource logs? I will remove now. Okay. Now I will go to my resource. I will go to my logs. So if you look at, there is no log now, right? Wrong. I removed from subscription label. Log is gone from the resource group level, right? Wrong.
Yes.
If I go into the BPS VM and I see the logs, what will be there? No. And what will be here? No, right? There is no inheritance now coming, right? Wrong. So you can apply the log based on your requirement. Is that clear? Any level.
So it is a very good practice when we create a
Yes.
virtual machine, put a lock of deletion every time.
No, please, as of now, please do not put, once you do the practice,
No.
delete your VM. In production
In
environment,
production environment.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Not
Okay,
here.
yes. And this terminology same in AWS is called as a termination protection. Okay, na? Termination protection, same feature is called there.
Okay.
Okay. Now, so I believe
But with the delete log, I have a question. I mean, if we are doing that way, if you are putting delete log every time, so that is, I mean, if with that log, we can resize or change, do the modifications, right?
yes,
With
yes,
delete
yeah,
log,
right. So you can
but
only
not
not
with
delete
the
it.
read log.
Read only is only typically read only, right? There is no edit, there is no update, there is no modify,
Okay.
right? In read only.
Okay.
See, if we say delete, revoke, delete from scott.emp, simple example, right? Wrong. What it will do? Will you be able to insert the data? Will you be able to update the data?
No.
I have only revoked the delete. You will only not able to delete anything. That's it, right? Wrong.
Yes.
You will be able to insert the data. You will be able to update the data. You will able to modify the data. Means the update only come there. Okay.
Yeah.
You will able to do all the operations except delete.
Delete.
So same delete is here. Got my point?
Yeah.
Log should be clear. Coming to the moving resources. Coming to the moving resources. So I am having a resource group 1, I'm having a resource group 2 in same subscription or another subscription. Okay, as I did mention, we cannot move all the resources. Please do remember, we cannot move all the resources, but we can move certain resources. Resource move can have move to another resource group within a same subscription, move to another resource group in another subscription, move to another region. We can move the resources based on our requirement. When moving resources, both the source group and the target groups are locked during the operation. You cannot do any other operation in the resource groups, okay, during the operation. Service that cannot be moved, Azure AD domain services, express route and site recovery, other restrictions apply. Got my point? These services cannot be moved, but most of the services can be moved. Now, I will come back. So one thing, so I will terminate it. Okay, so I need only one VM. So lock is clear. So I will terminate one VM. Okay, and this VM is with. Okay, now what I want to do this resource. Okay, this is my VM, right? Wrong. So VM, I want to change the resource group, right? What it says, move resources. You tell me what all resources I want to move it, right? I will select all the resources attached to this VM, but I don't want disk 2. Still we have a disk 2, right? No, I will remove VM2, I will remove VM2 NSG, I will remove VM2 NIC card, I will remove my billing, I shut down VM2, I will schedule, I will remove, and I will remove test disk. What typically I'm doing? I'm typically moving these resources, right, to resource group which mentioned here. It says only in this region this resource group is there. I understand and I say move it. Now in target group AZ104 VNet, this particular VNet virtual network, okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 resources I have asked to move, right? Wrong. In the meantime, virtual machine, one virtual machine, disk. So certain resources I have to remove myself. Okay. So if I go to disks, I can go via disks or I can go via resource group because I deleted a VM2, right, for cleanup purpose, right? So I need to delete resources from AZ1042, which is having a 2, let's say. Now BPS VM2 I don't want, this I don't want, okay, this I don't want. So I will say this more and delete, and I say yes, because if I'm not cleaning up this IPs, NSGs and the VMs network interface card, I will keep billing for this. Okay, billing will not stop.
So these are part of that virtual machine
Deleted
that you
VM,
deleted.
deleted VM. Got my point?
Okay.
And
So
this
after deleting the VM, we have to come here and delete the resources also.
delete the resources also.
Okay.
Okay. Resources means once you delete the VM, only the CPU and memory are back to the service provider Azure. Rest resources you need to delete. Now, as a good practice, no, but not apply in all the scenarios and use cases. If you create a resource group, right? Wrong. You provision all the resources in this resource group. If you want to delete all the resources in this resource group, just delete the resource group. Got my point? Make sense? No.
So in one go, we are returning everything to Azure.
Azure, right? See, I'm having a resource group where I'm having a 10 resources, right? 10, let's say like this, right? If you delete this, nothing will remain, right? Wrong. And to create a resource group is mandatory, right? Wrong. And if you delete the subscription also, then what will happen? All the resources in all the resource groups will get terminated, right?
Yes.
Are
Yes.
we okay? Not okay? Along, not along. Please ask me if
Yes,
not.
yes.
So if you look at, if you have done your design very correctly, you need not to worry for anything. Got my point? You can control or admin your resources in the best possible way. Okay. Now, if you look at resources, right? So now earlier you might
One
have
question.
noticed. Yeah.
What is the use of that moving resources from one group to another group? Like, will we
Good.
get any benefit of this one?
Yes. Okay. So let me just take this network watcher or in Cloud Cell. Okay. This Cloud Cell, I believe. So if you look at, okay, the resource should come here. Okay. Now, benefit is what, if I will give you one example, right? Wrong. Let's say you created one resource in production resource group, right?
Yes.
Prod RG. That resource should basically exist in dev RG. So basically you created wrongly, right? Wrong. Here created, which is wrong. Where is this resource should reside here, right? Wrong.
Okay.
What will happen? You can move these resources rather than recreating it, right? Wrong.
Okay. Okay.
Another example. This is having a, see, you, the topic will come. Please do not take as an overburden. I'm having a database, right? And database should be created in a private subnet, means no internet connectivity, right? We will discuss this in network part. And wrongly you created in a public subnet, right? Do you think this is a right practice? No. If you have created here this database in public subnet, rather than destroying me, deleting and recreating here, you can move this database to this subnet, right? Wrong. This becomes an easy movement, right? Wrong.
Yes.
Got my point? Sure. This is needed for the resource mover, right? Resource mover.
So
Mover is a different thing. Okay.
resource
Yeah.
group so these two can be in different two regions.
Resource group.
Uh,
Yes. Move another subscription to the another region. Yes.
okay. Okay.
Move to another region. So all options, if you look at here, move to another resource group. Currently, I moved in the same region. Next, no, I have moved into the another region. If you ask me, okay, because
in one screenshot in that you were showing that we can use two different resources from two different resource group. You showed this, right? I think.
no. So basically, if interpretation taken wrong, you cannot create. So okay, this is a one resource group. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. My question was, if these are two in two different regions, can we? Then also we can do this.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So उसमें networking dependency नहीं होगा?
No. So if you look at, so the requirement is once it will move all these resources, this resource from here to here, this both resource group will get locked. You will not be able to use. This is a condition. If you want to make operational these services, you cannot move these resources, right? Wrong. Means during the move, this resource group and this resource group resources which are affected will be locked.
अच्छा नहीं, let me change my question.
Okay.
I am making one virtual machine
here,
which will use resources from both. Can we do that?
No, no, no. You cannot have one resource map to two resource groups.
Okay, then. Okay.
Okay, you cannot have this way.
Okay, now I got it.
But you can have one way. You can have in this 2 VM. Okay. You can have 2 VM here, but one resource cannot be targeted to the two different resource groups. Got my point?
Okay.
Sir, one question.
Okay.
Sir, one question.
Groups cannot be renamed. Resources can only exist in one resource group. Yes, please go ahead, Ramesh. Am I
In the
audible?
previous,
Yeah.
yeah. In the previous slide, you have mentioned that while moving resource from one group to another group, it will get lock, right? Both resource groups.
Yeah.
It will be in lock state, right? Can you
Uh,
open that? The
yeah.
paint.
So this only, right? You are looking when removing resource, both the
Yeah, yes,
resource
yes.
group and the target group are locked during the operation.
Yeah, lock in the sense, what kind of lock? Whether it is like a
You
read-only
cannot
lock
access.
or
No.
else.
So lock means you cannot read. You cannot do any operation. Okay, on this. Even you cannot read. So completely locked out. Okay. So if you
The
talk
groups itself
read
get
only,
locked or only.
no, resource group itself will be locked, right?
Okay. What about that existing resources and that groups? Will they get effect?
So correct, right? So see two things, right? You are moving only the 5 resources from right, wrong,
Right.
and there are 50 resources in that resource group.
Already
right,
there are
wrong.
50 resources existed. Okay.
So it will get impacted on all 50 resources. If you want to access any other resource, it will not be accessible. It will not be operational. Got my point? So the operations should be cautious operation. Simple one VM and I'm trying to move from the production resource group. It will impact all, right? I cannot access during the operation. Got my point?
Okay.
And
So
both
it should be
resources.
planned.
Sorry?
So it should be planned activity.
It should be a planned activity. Yes.
Okay.
There is no doubt about it.
Okay. I thought like
Right?
lock sense only moving resources will get effect.
No. So see resource groups, right?
Right.
Out
Look
of
at, right?
business.
Yes. So very important. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, moving resources and resource groups using a command line. Okay. If you look at this, this is in a command line. This can be moved as a job, right? Now, this how it happens in step by step. Remove Azure resources that you no longer use in that particular resource group. Ensure you will not see unexpected change charges for the resource. Remove individual resources or remove the resource group. You can use any methodology to removing resources from the resource group. I can remove resource one by one. I can remove means delete, or I can delete the resource group. Got my point? Why I do it? To reduce the cost. I don't want any more that services. Okay, if cost is also not a factor, I don't want any more. I want to clear the garbage. Okay, and I want to remove for resource group itself. I can remove accordingly. Is that clear? And I believe we have seen that. Okay, by going here. Okay, AZ104, right? So if you look at looks like the move operation has failed. Okay, it was in, I believe, this series resource group. So move operation has not succeeded. Okay, so okay, validation failed. Check here for see details, right? Wrong, we were in talk. So we can see here the details. Resources with identifiers of Microsoft Compute were not found. The tracking ID is this BPS VM2. I wrongly selected BPS VM2 right here. So it failed it. Okay. Let me say, okay, once again, it will do the validation and it will move the resources. But I can move single resource in a single go, as we discussed. This is an Azure AZ104. I can remove single in single go. Okay. But I can even remove in one go. If this is a resource I want to delete it, I can delete it. This is single movement. Okay. If let's say there are certain resources in this resource group, certain resources in this. Earlier we deleted the resource group test. So we can directly delete the resource group itself. So if this resource group does contain 1,000 resources, all the 1,000 resources, okay, come on, 1,000 resources will get deleted. Okay, now you delete table by table from the schema, or you drop an schema. It's up to you, right? Wrong, what you want to achieve it. And if you have a 10 schema and you want to delete the database, will you do it one by one schema, or you will simply do a drop database? I believe the same example applies here. Got my point, guys?
Yes, Gurudev, yes.
Gurudev,
Clear,
one question.
not clear, or something? Okay, please
VM, is it a
go ahead.
resource
On
or
slide should I come, or how?
no? VM, virtual machine, is it a
It's a
resource
resource.
or a resource group? It's a resource.
No, it's a resource. VM is a resource. Two things, nothing but is a logical container. Please do understand. This is resource group. This is nothing but is a logical container. VM is a resource which do physically provision. So there is a wide difference. Resource group and VM are two totally different things. VM is a resource. Resource group is a resource group. Okay, it's not. You can call this from the Azure perspective is a service. From Azure perspective, if you want to call RG as a resource, will not be good term. Okay, but this is a service. Okay, or a feature you can call it. Okay, but
Okay.
VM is
As a
a
service.
resource. Is that clear?
Yes, yes.
DB is a resource. Let me come here in one resource group. Okay, once again. So if you look at this is admin, right? Wrong. This is admin. Now this says admin is just a logical name. That's it. But if I look at this, okay, this is resource group, right? And all the resources within this becomes a resource. And I will show you how. Portal is
स्टोरेज भी है
little slow.
स्टोरेज भी रिसोर्स होता है ना?
Storage is a resource.
Okay.
We'll come topic by topic. Basically, this is a standard, okay, standard curriculum for Azure. From the access management, then we should ideally come to the network and then VM. Got my point? But again, because this are the logical things, that's why it has been touch based here. See, resource group. If you look at, right, I refreshed it. What do you mean by this? Now the resource group has been locked out. Okay, resource has been locked out because we started a moving resource. Got my point?
Yes.
Yes, because it is not coming. But if I go into another resource group, I will come to the resource group. Other resource group will be available.
That AZ104 resource group, is that logged?
Source one, yes. Okay, that is a source one. This was a source one. In this only my resource was there, right? So if you come this. Deployment, 1 failed, 3 succeeded. Look at. So resource group is in a logical container. If so, you got right. You got an state. Failed is for what? Policy deployment is a failed for this. Okay, policy deployment is failed for it. That's it. Okay, rest is succeeded 52 seconds ago, 40 seconds ago, 1 minute 41 seconds ago. This in this resource group, if you want to see what all the resources are, okay, in this is in a resource group. Now we can go ahead, and if you look at here, from where we want to deploy the resources, we can look at here as well. Okay, not like I came to VM, even we can deploy the VM from here also. So it doesn't matter how you navigate, it's the individual flexibility. Okay, now if you look at same, I'm there in the VM creation screen, right? Is that clear? Not clear?
We can merge to resource group.
No, never.
But if we move all resources from one resource group to other, it's like merging only.
No. How you will say merging? So merging means, right? Wrong. So I'm having a these two flats, right? Got my point? These are two flats. Okay. Now, if I am doing this, I'm removing this wall. Sorry, not this way. If I'm removing this wall, that becomes, and this all free movement is there, that becomes a merging, right? Prashant.
Yes, yes, yes.
But if I pick one sofa from this flat and move this sofa to this flat, is this merging?
Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's not merging, but we can move all resources from one
Yes.
group to other. Okay.
We do typically move from one location to another location. What we do? It's not a merging of location, right? Wrong?
I got your point. Yeah.
Got it, right? So resource move is clear, right? Resource limits. Okay, resource limits. We do generally say, okay, this it was there in, okay, limits or quota in subscription we discuss. Okay, I believe I have to come only the subscription. Okay, so let me say resource limits. No. Okay, so I come back to the subscription. Okay, I come to the subscription, and if you look at here, for every subscription, okay, we have a uses and a quotas, right? Now this users quota is something like, I'm a DBA, I will get 5 GB of Outlook Express. My manager will get a 10 GB of Outlook Express, right? You know the quota, right? Wrong. A director or
Correct,
CEO will get 100 GB of quota. But
tables पे भी होता है quota.
correct, right? Wrong. So now, if you look at, for any resource is not sufficient, if you look at, right? So if you look at network watcher, I can have one region by one region. Got my point? In one region, I can have one. But if I want to select and raise an issue for the Azure services, for the describe your issue for the capacity, I will have my limit increased. Got my point? I will have my limit increased. Okay, this is for one. Another is that I'm having virtual network. How many virtual network I can create? 1,000, right? Wrong. But if you look at, this is one of 5. Okay, means I'm having a limit of 5 currently, but if I do this, I can go ahead from 5 to 1,000, even if it's needed more. If virtual machine, currently I'm having a 25,000 limit, but if machines are more, I can even create limit request, right? I can reach a request to get my limit increase. Got my? If you look at certain things like a route peer per express route B, it is a 0 of 0. We can have one, and certain cases, if we need two redundant connection from the same region, we need this limit increase to 2 using a request. Is that clear? And this applies to all service providers. So resource limit means resource have a default limit, also known as a quota, helpful to track current usage and plan for future uses. You can open a free support case to increase limits to published maximum. Okay, you cannot go from the hard limit to extend it. You can go from the soft limit to extend it up to a hard limit. Is that clear, guys? Good. I believe it should be good, right? Or any doubt? Now, manage Azure portal and the Cloud Shell. Azure portal demonstration, Azure portal, Azure Cloud Shell demonstration, Azure Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, please let me know in anything, because we have already explained this entire bit going ahead in the course with the entire Azure portal. What is this? All the resources, home resources, subscriptions, resource group, and especially the Cloud Shell, notification, courses, settings, request, and the support, right? And even if I need to switch the directory based on the subscriptions, I do have it. Does anyone remember it? Are we aware about it? Or okay with the Azure portal, or any challenge in Azure portal? Guys, come on. Are we comfortable navigating in Azure portal?
Yeah, to some extent, Bhudev.
Okay, let me once again explain a bit. Okay, don't worry. So once we log into the Azure portal, okay, we by default get into this page. Okay, now there are two ways. I don't know what resource I need to look at, where I need to look at, but where I need to look at, not necessary, but what resource I need to use it, look at, is really important. If I need to locate, let's say, SQL database, then I should be knowing the SQL database, right? It cannot be an Oracle database. Makes sense? If you look at Oracle is not coming. If I need MySQL database, I should be knowing the MySQL database, right? At least. Now I can search in, this is in a global search bar here, or I can go ahead with the home dashboard. Dashboard will come this, home will come this. If this is in a home and this is a dashboard, if you remember, we created a multiple dashboards. If it is a created, otherwise go to all services. Here again will come all services. You can select from here. If not, you can say all services. All services will be listed here. You can search for that, right? If you say no, I need only the DNS, let's say, right? So I can select the DNS from here. So easy way, always easy way, and you will also feel easy way. I do feel, and I find most of the people do feel this way. Only you should be remembering the service name. If I need my subscription resource group, any Active Directory, that particular resource will be available here, service will be available here, this service, and now I can do what I want to do it here. Okay, what is my requirement here? Now this is in a Cloud Shell, as we have discussed it, and we change the network acceleration as well. This is in a Cloud Shell, and in this Cloud Shell, it is an inbuilt into the portal. I can use a PowerShell or a Bash shell, okay, based on my requirement, and I can use the command line, and I can change as wish. Now, if it is not, this is also my PowerShell. This is on my local computer. I can configure this PowerShell also to be interact with this account.
भूदेव वो Oracle क्यों नहीं आया उसमें?
By default, Oracle is not available.
So we can add or delete services.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Azure itself is. I will show. Okay. So if you look at now, it will ask me, this is my local PowerShell, right? Wrong. Only the difference in this PowerShell, I need to configure my credentials. Okay. In this, I need to configure my credentials. What credentials I want to configure it? Look at do gmail.com, right? Difference in this PowerShell, this comes from the Cloud Shell. This is externally PowerShell, could be anywhere. Okay. And now it will ask for an authentication. Okay. Now, if you look at, I will say the password, right? And now sign in. Now it will redirect me. Okay. Okay. Which account? This account. Now this is telling to verify from here, right? Now I will receive a code. Okay. And I will verify it. So if you look at, I received a code, right? Similar, I'm doing the normal verification. Okay. Where is this one? I will say this, I will say verify. Okay. Once I will verify it, now it will redirect me. Okay. What went wrong? Something copy paste. It's not taking. Go ahead here. Just a minute. It should take ideally, and sometimes it will provide a code also, but it should log in. Yeah. So if you look at, right, I got connected, right? Got my point? Hello.
Yes, Bhudev. Yeah.
Now, if you remember this command, I did fire from where? I did fire up this command from the Cloud Shell PowerShell. Now I can fire up this command from
Local.
Okay.
Because you are connected to cloud only through local PowerShell.
Yes, yes. So depends how I want to do my admin work. If you look at, you will find the same error now. Credentials have expired due to inactivity. Why it is expired? Just a minute. Gmail.com tenant ID is starting with 89. Okay, just wait. Okay, and same way it says the credential expired due to inactivity. No problem. I was in gmail.com. Again, authentication is asking. Okay. Easy login. Okay. So where it is routed now, it is routed me to add an account. Okay. Let me take into the same browser. Okay. Let me take into the same browser. Okay. Just I copy paste it and I will use here. Okay. I will say bhudev.dba. You have logged in. Now let's you find all the subscriptions to which you have an access. Okay. You have logged into a Microsoft Azure, right? So I got it here. Now, if I say, I mean this one, what it should say now. So you got the same thing. The resource, this in under resource group not found, right? Wrong. Why it's not found? Either we deleted or we moved the resources, right? Guys. Hello.
Yes, yes, Bhudev.
Yeah, Bhudev, yeah.
Okay, listening, right? So you know from which resource group we moved the resources? AG104.
Yes.
And if you look at now, there is no VM here. And this test data disk was I exclusively denied to not to move this disk, right? Only this resource I unchecked it. Okay. Now I can delete this, right? Okay, still it is attached. Okay, with that only. If I go to the resource group once again, okay, what I should have now? Resource group. Which resource group we moved in Central India or in Central India? So if you look at all the resources have been moved here, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yeah, Bhudev.
Okay.
Okay. Now again, I will go to my this particular script, right? Now I will modify my resource group name, right? And I will say enter. Now it has given what all the instance types. Okay. Now this virtual machine, this storage, this which is not compatible with enabling accelerated networking on network interface on this VM. Are you okay with this? Means I can fire up this command from my local, I can fire up my command from my Cloud Shell PowerShell, right? Wrong. Only the important, we need not to do any configuration using a Cloud Shell, okay? But in local PowerShell, we need to do a AZ login. Here, automatically, it will take the credentials as an SSO from the browser. Is that clear?
Yes,
Guys?
Bhudev. Yeah.
Okay. Manage Azure Search resources and docs, manage resources, create customized dashboards and favorites, access the Cloud Shell, receive notification. The notification means, if you look at this, what I am doing, I'm receiving a notification, right? If you need even more, you can have all the notifications available here. Whatever we have did it today, okay, you can go ahead with all the notifications. Means if I look at, okay, here only one notification someone cannot find, that's not right. I can find who did what activity at what time, and users are available here. Okay, now I can do a settings. If you can just look at the portal, I can do a black, but I don't want to. Means you can lay out or design your look as per your wish. Now, if you want to create an ticket, you can create a ticket, but based on the support you available. And these are the smileys. You can provide a feedbacks to Microsoft for anything. Now, if you have logged in using this tenant and this particular ID is used for multiple tenants, you can swiftly go to the respective tenant. We have seen it when we did tenant creation, move tenant. Okay, we have seen this. Okay, this is what is available here. Make sense? Now, help and keyboard shortcut customize your experience. This will come once you go along, right? Even the more practice you do, the shortcuts and all come automatically. In Azure Cloud Shell, this feature we have discussed is an interactive browser accessible shell, offers either bash or PowerShell. You can switch between, is temporary and provided on a per session per user basis. Okay, require a resource group, storage account, and Azure file share in local region in which you are, authenticates automatically, integrated graphical text editor. Okay, now I will go to the Cloud Shell, right? So if you look at here, okay, if you want to take a web preview, you can configure it. Okay, you can configure based on the requirement. You can provide all the files from the bottom to top here based on the available in the current home directory. You can go to the working of the Microsoft for the GUI purpose. You can upload, download the files or share the files. You can do a setting for the text size, font size. Okay, you can say the Cloud Shell overview, help and support, how to use, copy paste. You can restart Cloud Shell. Okay, restart Cloud Shell. Let me restart it. Okay, my Cloud Shell is restarted. Okay, now this becomes my complete browser shell. If you look at here, I was using a small window. Now I can use complete command line, right? Complete window I can use it. And trust me, that's very important for the quick actions. Okay, but typically like developers are not using this, and they will not use this. They will use their local PowerShell. Okay, okay. Integrated graphically is assigned one machine per user account, times out after 20 minutes. So by default 20 minutes the timeout happens. Okay, the Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell, configure the Cloud Shell, experience with the Azure PowerShell, experiment with the Vessel, experience with the Cloud Editor. Okay, Azure PowerShell. Azure PowerShell command lines and modules demonstrate working with the PowerShell locally. Azure CLI demonstrate working with the Azure CLI locally. Okay, now working with any module of it. Okay, this commandlets, these commands are going to remain as same. These commands are going to remain as same. If I look at this particular script, okay, or I take any script, Azure VM creation script, we can take the script, we can write at our own based on the requirement, and we can execute the script using from the Cloud Shell PowerShell, or we can use the Azure CLI. Anything you can do it. Okay, and if I have something ready, this is easy copy, I don't need it. So this is redeploy. Okay, so we can manual VM creation, I have this. Okay. Now, if you look at this, if we create this command, if I do execute this command, okay, on anywhere using a cloud shell or a PowerShell creation compatible, no, in this only the parameter values I need to change it. In this it is going to create automatically. Okay, commit cannot bind argument parameter credentials because it is null. Okay, so it's fine if I just keep this on a hold and create as part of the VM part. Is that fine? Because we will be creating virtual machine using a script into virtual machine section as well. Okay, and the same thing. I'm okay with that. Okay, so means we can execute this to Azure subscription and manage resources. Add the Azure specific commands, any command available inside browser via the Azure Cloud Shell. This Cloud Shell available as a local installation on Linux, Mac OS or Windows. This has a local installation, has an interactive and scripting mode. You can use interactive as well as scripting mode. Now we can use this is in a PowerShell commandlets and modules, means this particular, right? This particular. Now get module output module type version name, right? So if we simply execute any command, if you look at, we will get the details out of it. We will get the details out of it. We can fire up the commands whatever we wish. Okay, in PowerShell, this is my local PowerShell. Okay, this is not the Cloud Shell PowerShell. Commandlet follows a verb noun naming convention shipped in a modules. Modules are DLL, dynamic link library file with a code to process each commandlets. Load commandlets by loading the module containing them. Use get module to see a list of loaded modules. Now this is currently, if you install some modules, okay, if you install some module and then list, this list will keep increasing. Okay, this is in a PowerShell, this is in a Cloud Shell. Are we okay with the difference in the Cloud Shell PowerShell and the normal PowerShell, or the local PowerShell, or the remote PowerShell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now install the AZ modules. Now if I want to install any module here, okay, AZ VM restart. No, I don't want restart here. Okay, so install AZ module, right? If I want to install AZ module, AZ, I don't remember the command. Install AZ. Okay, if I install AZ AKS Kubernetes cluster, now this is simple command. Now all the ARM templates, APIs, okay, serverless, if this qualifies, will come into the picture. It is clearly telling, please add this azure.kubectl to your search path so the kubectl.exe can be found. I executed. This is not available in this path. I need to download the module for it and install the module. And if I execute this command that time, it will get executed because it will go and locate for the software. So if I say AC module install, PowerShell. Okay. Based on the requirement, our PowerShell should be on the latest version. Okay. PowerShell should be on the latest version. Once the PowerShell is on a latest version, okay, we can see from the PS version table, okay, what the PowerShell version we have. Okay. I believe it's a G is coming. What copied? Copy. It's coming here. Yeah. So if you look at, this is my major version, this is my minor version, all you know. If I have the required label of my PowerShell version, I can install module based on my requirement. Okay. Install module hyphen name, copy paste. The most of the commands are readily available, and install the module. Copied. Okay. Install module, name AZ hyphen scope, current user means my logged in user, repository is a PS gallery hyphen force. So it will install the module, PS gallery module, to my this PowerShell invocation. Okay, module. And any module in a similar way we can install. Okay, and this requirement do come very infrequent. Okay, very infrequent. If any specific kind of application or query needs to be executed, then this time of requirements do come, right? This is all stuff, so it's not something very specific for anything. Okay, but my mean, we can install the module in this way and then just say get module. Okay, so all the installed module will be listed here. Connect to the Azure and view your subscription information. Like connect to Azure, and now if I see get Azure RM subscription, okay, get Azure RM subscription, it is going here. So I will use this. Okay, so I will say the paste and I will say get Azure RM subscription. So if you look at, I'm having a 2 subscription, right? If I go to my GUI also and I go to the subscription, you will find 2 subscriptions I have. One is an active, another is in a disabled status, right? Similar information are there into the Cloud Shell. Make sense? Does that make sense, guys?
Yes, yes, brother.
So this is a similar. Now it depends how you are comfortable it fetching the information. Definitely certain things do come good in a command line. Okay, PowerShell. Something definitely do come with the GUI. Okay, if I say only GUI is the best, if I or the preference way for me, I will not say only the best preference way for me, but if I need certain information which cannot be, or certain actions which cannot be done using GUI, I have to have used the PowerShell. This is Azure CLI as VM restart. If I want to restart, I can restart my VM. Okay, but typically if this is my VM, if I want to restart, rather than going to the Cloud Shell, PowerShell, okay, I believe it's a moved, right, resource to another. Okay, so I will go to the another resource group. Okay, and it was there in Network Watcher or Shell India Network Watcher. Okay, and if I go to VM, okay, if I want to restart, I will restart here quickly if you ask me, and I'm very much used to with it. Okay, and I'm good with it. So I have restarted VM. So depending how we want to restart the VM. Okay, Now, but this CLI cross-platform command line program runs on Linux, Mac OS, and Windows, can be used interactively or through scripts. Commands are structured in groups and subgroups. Use find to locate the commands. Use help for more detailed information. More like the way we do work on a Linux systems, okay, Linux platform. Install the CLI. Verify the CLI installation. Logins to Azure. Create a resource group and verify the resource group, right? Can we do this? Can we install the PowerShell? Installing the PowerShell, download the PowerShell, okay? Whatever version you wish for the respective platform, okay? Once you download the PowerShell, it comes as an executable, it comes as an installation, okay? So you can install the package based on your requirement, okay, based on the specific platform. Definitely, if you are installing on a Windows, you can use an MSI installation. If you are using on a Linux, definitely you should use on a command line or executables. But you can install PowerShell in a very easy way, like a normal any Windows application. Once it is there, if you want to verify the PowerShell version, we have to go with the PS version power table, PS version table.ps version. If I want to log in, then we have to go with the AZ login feature that we have used it, okay? And this AZ Azure login come on different ways. Connect Azure account and AZ login. Connect Azure account is an old way of logging in. AZ login is a new using a ARM, okay? ARM based. We can log into the specific, install the CLI, verify the using a PS version table, or simply say AG, If my this command is not working as an AZ, okay, this is an AZ is not working, then Azure is not installed here, okay. Warning, the version 1.1 of the module az.advisor is currently in use. Retry the operation after closing the application. So this says this version is in a use, okay, where it is in a use. So we can verify, so probably we can check whether AZ is there or not. If my command is not getting executed, not coming, then AZ is not, PowerShell is not installed. If it is installed, just check what is my PowerShell version is. If update is needed, do an update, okay. If update is then log into the account to your Azure, because until unless you are not logging to the account, you will not be able to fire up anything, okay. AZ login, once you do the AZ login, you can check the subscription details, you can check any details whatever you wish, okay. This is again going into the different, okay. So I will log, so you can check accordingly, okay. Control C, yes, okay. And once it is done, you can check the required, like in my Azure subscription details, or let's say if you want to set the subscription details, you can set the subscription details also. And this is only needed when you have more than one subscription. Please remember, once you have more than one subscription, in my current case, I'm having this subscription, right? So I will say this subscription ID, okay, and I will set the subscription ID and I will set my subscription. Got my point? So this way means normal command line. As an Oracle DBA, we do know how we run the commands, right? We are good with running. Even if we run something in a PowerShell or in background, right? we do create a script, shell script, and we run it. Similarly, based on the requirement of the specific commands or a work, we can do so. Create a resource group, trust me, very straightforward activity. Okay, commands I need to find. Okay, create using CLI, right? So we'll take this copy, the CLI, so the commands, and we will fire up. So we can create any resource, and we will be creating VM using this command let. Okay, AzCreate. Okay, AzCreate, by default it will take location, okay, to the current one. Why it comes like this? Okay, previous command. Right, so let me paste it. What I mean to say, I have a my test RG. Okay, I'm simply using a test RG. If I'm using a test RG using a command line, basically create, okay, number test RG resource group. Now if you want to list it, you can go back to the portal, you can verify it whether my resource group is there or not. Wait, so if you look at test RG is available, right? Wrong. Test RG is available. I created using a PowerShell. Now, if you want to verify the resource group, you can verify the resource group. How to verify? Now, AZ group list, right? If I do fire up, AZ group list means I will list all the resource groups which do exist in my subscription. So if you look at all the resource groups, test RG name, Oracle DBA name, AZ105 will be listed here. Okay, all the IDs, locations, okay, will be created using or listed using rather. Okay, now template advantage, template schema, template parameters, quick start template, demonstration, quick start template, demonstration, run template with the PowerShell. Okay, I will be using a template for creation of one
Bhudev,
VM. Yeah.
can we stop? थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो
Yes.
आज के लिए.
Then we'll stop here. Okay, so that's good. So speak up. That's good, right? So we'll stop here, and next tomorrow we'll start with the template part. Okay, and I believe we are close to 1 also, right? So we are on the time. So we'll stop here, guys. Please review it. Okay, this chapter more importantly from the DevOps perspective, but it's needed for the admin as well. Okay, and
But
that's the reason.
yeah, today it was quite informative. Means last time वो topic थोड़ा difficult था, but today it was quite informative.
So once you will come into the VM and other things, right? See, policies, even we have not blueprints touched, right? It will come, it will take time. I did mention, right? That chapter ideally should come in the policies and the control, okay, the monitoring, but they have included in the first module, second IAM part. That's what is being covered. No problem, it's not understood. We will review that, don't worry. Okay,
Bhudev, have you granted privileges, permissions for any kind of practice
okay,
to our IDs?
wait, I'm granting now. Okay, so because user access administrator I'm not willing to give, because you need only one user, right? Wrong. For practice, usering is creating a user is not a problem, group is not a problem. Okay, and now I will be giving you an access.
Bhudev,
Okay,
one I think one question I want to ask, it may not be related to what we are doing.
No problem.
So maybe a stupid question.
Oh my God.
I just asked, I just sent one message in our group, WhatsApp group. Actually, I got this message from my child's school. So is it related to Azure? I just want to check with you.
Okay,
Is it Azure?
let me read it. Okay, I have not seen the Prashant photo. Change in MS Team username. Dear parents, we are happy to announce that you have integrated the MS Team environment with our website. Because of there is a change in the username of all the users of the organization. The username has been changed to name on Microsoft.com. Okay, name is this. Okay, no, see, if you look at right, so New Horizon, right? ps.onmicrosoft.com. This is an account, and under this there are these accounts. So this is a format. It has nothing to do with the Azure. Okay,
but today morning you were discussing like Bhudev gmail.com.
yes, this is same, right? This is the same, correct. So if you look at in this chat, right, at the rate of New Horizon nps dot on Microsoft.com, right? Wrong.
Yeah.
Now this becomes the person who signed up. He signed up with the name of New Horizon PS. Got my point?
Yeah.
Like a bhudev.gba at the rate of gmail.com. Right?
Yeah.
So this becomes a FQDN for the any new user. Example is given. Arun at the rate of New Horizon, right? Wrong.
Yeah.
On Microsoft.com. Any ID will come like this. Now nhps.in. If you remember, I mentioned custom domain, right? Wrong.
Okay.
nhps is a custom domain. Okay, that is also possible.
So they are also using Azure.
And this is an Azure ID, right?
Yeah.
But it has nothing to do with our Azure because this is an MS Teams username. Okay, because I'm also using MS Teams.
Today you were discussing that Bhudev gmail.
Yes, same, correct. You are
Then I
right.
realized
Same
that,
format, same format.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
It's the same access, right? Okay. Okay. So can anyone log in now? So you should have access now. Okay. Psych, I believe how I have two accounts for you. I believe I created one local account. Okay, so might be that. Say. So all you have an access except the access administration. Okay.
Did you add me? I didn't.
Okay, so let's do one thing. Okay. Any one of you share the screen. Okay. And now you can create all management group, resource groups, resources, all you can. But my request will be once you are not using especially the systems, storage, VMs, please do not keep running. Okay. Please terminate. Okay.
Bhudev, I was just trying to add a tag to particular resource group.
Say refresh now.
RPD.
You just say refresh first. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So it is
so
saying
you got an
authorization.
access. Okay. Yeah. So you got an access now. Leave it, not a problem. So you got an access. Okay.
Okay.
So go to the virtual machine. Now you can do anything now. Okay.
Subscription.
Where is
Now,
virtual?
in top, search resources, services, and docs, right? Here, search virtual machine, search resource group. You will get anything,
Okay. Okay.
right? So just virtual machine. Now you can create a virtual machine. So
Okay.
you can see
Yeah.
my machine, right? Wrong.
Yeah. 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 Yes.
Just say delete it. Just say delete, please. And right hand side, no. Here in the right hand side pane, come on. Yes, here, delete it. Okay. And see the what is a resource group is a Cloud Cell Storage India. Click on this resource group. Click on this. So what will happen as part of this? If you look at, there are multiple resources, right? Wrong. Only the VM will get deleted as part of your current action VM deletion. But VM1 IP, VM1 NSG, VM124 network interface, NIC card, and the VM disk, you need to delete it manually. Got my point? Now
Okay.
you can do select all.
So still meter is on.
So currently, so only CPU and memory meter is gone. Will gone once this BPS
others,
VM1 disappear. For others, it will continue.
should I delete?
Because
Oh.
yes, try deleting this. Okay, so
Okay.
go back the resource group. You came to the virtual machine, is got deleted. Okay, go to the resource group and search bar.
Looks like he deleted the resource group.
No. Only the VM. Click on the no. This is the VM1. Click on search resource group. Once you will start searching, now next time resource group will also be available in your favorite
Okay,
link.
got it. Got it.
Now go to the Cloud Cell Storage Central India. Okay, if you look at now, you don't have a VM here, right? Wrong. VM is gone.
Yeah, but resources are still there.
But click on the second resource, that is a BPS VM1. This is a public IP address, right?
Okay.
Click on third one, network security group. You can leave it. This is not as chargeable. Okay.
Okay.
Next is a BPS VM1214 network interface. This is chargeable. And next is a BPS VM1 disk 1. This is a chargeable. Got my point? Now you should be deleting this. Another option. Wait.
Should I?
No. Wait. I will tell you two things here. For in the right hand side, assign tags, and there are 3 dotted lines. Right? Wrong. This and say, click on, say delete. So now you are deleting selected resources. Okay.
Okay.
Deleted. Now you say yes. Say yes. Now in a resource group, you are deleting selected resource. Click yes. Delete. Now still you left with 4 resources, right? Wrong.
Yeah.
Now if you want to clean up everything, delete the resource group and delete it.
It's still working.
No, it will continue, right? The request is submitted. Okay.
Okay.
So you can now delete the resource group itself.
From here?
No, from the same screen, right hand side. No, in center you can this one, right? This is delete resource group, right? That is delete resource. Now click on delete.
Delete resource group.
Yes. Now copy paste the resource group name. Now you have multiple places resource group name. Copy paste and paste it here. No, from here. Wait. From here you can copy. Otherwise, in the second screen, yes, you should always. And there is a sometimes copy icon as well. Delete it. The moment you type this name here, the delete button in bottom will get enabled. Activated.
Yeah.
And now you can delete it. Okay. Only in this one thing, the storage account based on the retention policy may not get deleted. Got my point?
Okay.
Otherwise, rest your resources, BPS, the NSG, VMNet, everything will get deleted. Make sense? See, you need to go ahead and get familiar, look at for the options, because for me is a familiar, right? Wrong.
Yes, yes.
For you, it will take some time. The more practice you will do, the
Yeah.
more familiar you will be with that, because this is your needs your time investment. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sir, one question here. You are saying which are chargeable, which are not chargeable. How you are saying?
because I remember those things. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Some list
aware
is
of
not
those things.
there. List is not there.
Okay. And you will come to know within no time. Okay.
Okay.
Because I know which is chargeable. So we'll discuss one day 30 minutes on this, how you will identify which resource is chargeable, which is not chargeable. Got my point?
Okay.
So any other question from anyone? So you, is that for everyone? Like a Prasant, today's session was much more understanding than the last session, especially last session, not the first session. First session was
Yeah.
good, right?
Last Sunday was a bit difficult, but yeah, today it was good.
See, the policy is like that. What to say is that you need to devise how you want to devise or do a
This message.
compliance restrictedness, right? That you need to think from all the angles, right?
Yeah.
That's what.
So it's gone.
Definitely it will gone, right? So you can see any other resources, right? Now the expectation is everyone should create their own resource groups. Okay.
Okay.
It should not happen that one person is doing a practice, another is deleting another resource group, because that is unnecessary.
Create your own and do experiment on your own.
Do experiment of your own in your own resource group.
Yes.
Just play.
Prashant, which resource group you have deleted? Cloud Shell Storage Central
Yeah.
India? Or?
Yeah.
No,
Central India.
that's deleted. Okay.
But it's still there, right? If you click on resource group,
No.
it is showing.
So you need to refresh it if it is you
See
are there.
if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen. See, I'm also refreshing. Let me refresh again.
No refresh. So if the browser refresh is not happening, completely refresh from the
Now
just
I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean 5 resource group, right?
so you delete test now, or you delete or Oracle DB now. Refresh it.
7. There are 7.
7.
Yeah.
And so can you refresh now? If there are 7 in same screen, you have a refresh button. No. Please don't go there. No. Wait. First, you should refresh from the specific resource portal.
Oh, gone.
Because I deleted. Okay.
Okay.
So I can see only 5.
Yeah.
Correct.
5.
Yeah.
And if you look at so now 2 more I am deleting. Okay.
Let me just refresh.
Please do not delete the AZ104, or if delete, I will create. Okay. Yeah. Please create your own resource group, and you should be only doing work in your resource group.
Yeah. Okay.
You can work on 2 resource group, but you should not be deleting the resource group which are created by others. Okay. Because unnecessary, he need to rework it, right? Wrong.
So, Bhudev, right now, whatever you can do, equal privilege I also have.
All have same privilege, except you cannot create any user.
Okay.
You cannot grant access to anyone. Got my point?
Okay.
Because that's a very simple thing if you'll ask me. Okay. And once you have your own account, right?
Yeah.
You play with all those things. Nevertheless, I can give you that access. That's not a problem. Okay. But second thing, always create a VM of the small size. Okay. B2 series. If you create the more, this amount will get burn out very quickly. Okay.
Okay.
Because 4 or 5 people once will practice, 4 or 5 VMs will run, then it will consume quickly, right?
Okay.
So create and then terminate the EC2 instance, or better you terminate the entire resource group. I will tell you when the time will come where you can keep the selective resources. Got my point?
Okay.
Now, the more you will create, the more you will delete, the more you will struggle, the more you will get familiar with the services resources, right?
Bhudev, we cannot create users right now, right?
You cannot create any user. You can try, right? You have a screen, anyone can try. Search Prashant Azure Active Directory in top. Active Directory. Active. So you got it, right? So now there are users, right? Go ahead with the users. So new user is disabled for you, right? Wrong.
Yes.
Create a new guest user. Now, if you look at, you are not getting the same fields what I was getting, right? Wrong.
Yeah.
Now, if you wish, you can invite user from here, right? Wrong.
Okay.
But you cannot grant him any access.
All right.
Got my point?
Okay. Okay.
So user creation is a very simple. Okay. So once you get your own subscription, right, you can even practice half an hour. User creation is not a problem. Okay. There's a simplest thing. But for rest, you need really hands-on.
So like this here, Oracle was not there. You said we can add it.
Okay. There are multiple ways. Okay. So
If it is in next chapter, we can do afterwards.
No, it will come in the database part.
Okay,
Yes, it will. No, it all will come. I don't have something here. I want to use in my cloud. How I will use it? Got my point?
Yeah.
There should be something, right?
Or database, it will come.
It will come, right?
Okay.
For database, there are many things which are not here.
Default Oracle is not there. We have to add it.
Correct.
Okay.
How I want to add it, that depends. Got my point?
Okay.
How I want to add it, that depends.
गलत बात है, Oracle default होना चाहिए.
No. No one likes Oracle. AWS do not promote to migrate any database from anywhere to Oracle.
Oh, that's why.
Okay. If not promote, then what you will do? If there is no flight from here to Delhi, only train, you have to travel by train only, right? So that all business tactics, right? And the competition. But we have options. We can use the Oracle database as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So this means normally in AWS in market, so AWS companies are more, they are using SQL server.
In AWS, most of the database you will find MySQL. See, so again, this is if I will ask you,
open source,
open source, yes.
Okay.
And Microsoft Azure is good for the MS product, Microsoft products. Got my point?
Okay.
And accordingly, you should choose your service provider. Got my point?
Okay.
You cannot choose the service provider blindly. If you are choosing a service provider blindly, that's not a right pick. Okay. So if you look at, right, so anything, so you can search and take all your required services, whatever you need. Got my point?
Okay.
So there is no point that you cannot have it. Okay, you can have it, but there is a limit for everything. I can install my VM, right? I can download my Oracle on my VM. I can install my VM. Will someone stop me? No one will stop me. And we are using.
Okay.
But depends how we want to use it. Important becomes. So if you go back to the first day session, whether infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software, if you want to have pizza, you need to decide how you want to have the pizza, right? Wrong?
Yes.
See, only I want to have a pizza is not sufficient. No one will give you pizza.
Yeah.
Now you need to decide whether you want to get it prepared in a home, you want to get order, or you want to visit the Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
So depends what you need. Okay. Any other question from anyone before we drop for the day?
No, Bude.
Okay. If no question, then I would not say enjoy the weekend. Okay, go through the recording, just go through the hands-on. Please do as many hands-on as you can. Okay. And I believe now we will be touching base with the VM, then you have multiple labs to do it. Okay. And whatever we have done so far, please go through that. Okay. Try to complete those. Okay.
So you mean to say, Bhudev, if I create VM for practice by evening, I should drop it.
I will not say evening. The moment you have completed your lab, you
Okay.
delete it. See, when I say evening, let's say you complete your lab by 4 p.m. Let's say.
Yeah.
Why you want to keep running up to 6 o'clock?
Yeah, I got it.
You may forget also.
Yeah.
As we 4-5 people will be using same account, the